Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news, or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
Hello and welcome to the News at 10 on NTA News 24, broadcast live from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. I am Norlin Ebel Ame. Here are the headlines. Oshogbo in celebratory mood as INEC declares Senator Ademola Adeleke governor-elect. Zamfara State Governor suspends Emir for conferment of traditional title on notorious bandit kingpin. Katsina Police Command arrests Kuje escapee and 4 suspected kidnappers. Nigeria Labour Congress urges federal government to renegotiate with ASU to resolve ongoing strike. We begin with political news. Following the successful conclusion of the governorship election, PDP supporters and residents of Osun State are in celebration mood over the victory of Senator Ademola Adeleke, the governor-elect. Correspondent Shegun Laole gives us a situation report from Oshogbo and Ile-Ife.
Yes, it's been calm in Oshogbo, the capital of Osun State, where the election has just been concluded, and the first ballot all went well. Unlike the inconclusive election the other time, everyone seems to be happy with the situation. At the break of the dawn, the mood in Osogbo and environs suddenly changed from what could best be described as uneasy calm to that of celebration after INEC's declaration of Senator Ademola Adeleke as the Osun State governor-elect. Although it's a Sunday, some PDP faithful joined by residents mustered the courage to celebrate along major streets of Osogbo while human and vehicular movement continued without any breach of peace.
I'm very happy. I give all glory to Almighty God for what happened yesterday. People in this too with by us yesterday. We appreciate all people of Osun State. If I cannot even express things, because within me now, I'm so happy.
With this, it seems the people have clearly spoken. For INEC, I give them thumbs up, and the security too. I mean, the helicopters were over my house like since Wednesday or Thursday. I knew, much as that people to the uninformed will see that as trying to intimidate the public, but they came out. Retired civil servant, serving civil servant that look, we must protect our votes.
Today is a day of my happiness, which I love past to God who made me. Imole was announced, which I say, Imole, Imole, Imole.
Similarly, PDP members in Ile-Ife, led by the Deputy Governor-elect Sunday Adewusi, took to the streets to celebrate the party's victory at the polls.
We have gone around the whole town now to thank them for their support that led us to this stage. So we are very, very grateful.
It seems what people are all looking forward to is inauguration if there are no contention. At first ballot, I think it shows that people are quite happy. Shegulawole, NTA News.
Shegun, meanwhile, now that the battle has been won and lost at the Osun governorship poll, the election was adjudged as largely peaceful, with reports that the Osun electorate got some polling units crowded as they stood by their votes until they were counted. Joining us via Zoom live is Nnamdi Odipo, who was one of our frontline reporters at the just concluded governorship election in that state. Good morning, Nnamdi.
Hi, Nolene. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yes, can you tell us what is your assessment of the Osun governorship election?
Well, Nolene, like the report we just heard reflected, the elections may have come and gone, but echoes of lessons we've learned and some of things we've seen from the days leading to the election day up until the results were officially announced by INEC. I mean, lessons from this still reverberate. And so I want to confirm, and real quick, that the report you just saw from Shegun, indicating that celebrations are still on from the camp of the winner, in this case, governor-elect, I should say, Senator Ademola Adeleke. It's still ongoing. From different parts of the state. I may be in my hotel room right now, but I tell you, this morning I woke up to sounds of people chanting Imole, Imole, and chanting the party slogan for the party that just won this exercise. And that was as early as like 6:30 a.m. I was amazed myself. Up to this, minutes ago when I joined you, I heard chants around the part of Osogbo where I am staying currently. Nolene, yes, but beyond then, of course, we've seen reactions come from other camps, from other contestants, and the earliest I think we heard was from the camp of the APC, where the governor, the platform upon which the governor, sitting governor currently, contested for this election. We've seen the reaction issued by the chief press secretary to the governor, saying that the party is still reviewing the outcome of this election and would, in the coming days, release an official statement on the exercise. There's been reactions, of course, from other parties as well. But for me, I think the lesson is that, look, and this election has been judged free and fair, both by observers, both by contenders, and I do hope that INEC would use this as a platform to improve on
All right, now looking at it beyond the reactions of the people, electronic transmission of results so far is one that has been receiving some applause, and we hear at some point the electorate opting to make the process easier from the ward levels. What can you say about that?
Sorry, can you say again? I did not get your question.
Yes, I was like saying that beyond the reactions of the people there in Oshobo, electronic transmission of results so far is one that has been receiving some applause. And we hear at some point the electorate opting to make the process easier from the ward level. Can you brief us on that?
Nolim, I didn't get that clearly, but I think I heard something about electronic transmission of results from the ward level.
Yes.
I can tell you, and I'll tell you for a fact because we did.
We apologize for having some technical hitches connecting with Nnamdi there, and let's move on with the news. In the meantime, Osun State Governor and the candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Adeboyega Oyetola, has taken cognizance of the results of the governorship election in the state as announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Sunday morning. Oyetola, however, noted that the party will be responding appropriately after studying the results and consulting with critical stakeholders of the party. In a statement by his chief press secretary, Ismail Omibidan, Oyetola called on his supporters to remain calm and the people of the state to go about their businesses without let or hindrance. The governor also called on security operatives to ensure maintenance of law and order as he directed them to take adequate charge so as to prevent breakdown of law and order. All right, I'm told that Nnamdi is back online. Hi, Nnamdi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry, sorry for the breaking transmission there. We seem to have had some issues. Well, we've had some issues around the part of Oshobo where I am staying at the moment. But then, like I was saying earlier, it's a fact that electronic transmission of results, especially from the ward level, I mean, did impact positively on this election. We saw results being, I mean, not just manually, of course, manually entered in the results sheet officially provided by INEC, but then uploaded immediately from the ward levels onto the INEC platform and transmitted straight to a server somewhere there that INEC had already designed. So that, I mean, and when they corresponded with results written on the worksheets and where there were a few variations or so, I mean, INEC dealt with them almost immediately. So this is a plus for INEC, a plus for our electoral culture, a plus for deepening the election or democratic practices in Nigeria, I should say now.
All right, now considering the voting patterns and trends, is there any indication that people were keener to vote for candidates rather than parties? And is this likely to sustain in the general elections 2023?
Voting practices and culture, if I got that correctly, well, we've seen, in terms of participation, maybe I should begin perhaps from participation and do a relative comparison with what played out in the last election before Osun, which was a Ekiti state. As a matter of fact, now we've seen people come out. I mean, we've seen people participate more in this exercise. I mean, I should confirm that INEC said that about 1.5 as a matter of fact, registered voters collected their PVCs for this exercise. I mean, when you compare that to the figure in Ekiti elections and the number that eventually voted, the Osun election is by far an improvement. And in terms of how people responded, how active they were to be part of this process, this is also or was also an improvement, I should say. And in terms of how people stayed on even after voting ended and collation and sorting began, I mean, you saw pictures from us there on NTA from different parts of the state, and not just Osogbo, the city center. I mean, people stayed on to observe the process until INEC officials left. And then, I mean, it was a progressive exercise, Nolim, I should say. I want to believe that with some of what we've seen in the voting patterns, with some of what we've seen in participation, I mean, Nigerians would begin to embrace elections and begin to come out. I mean, more and more. So that as we approach the big one, of course, which is the national elections in 2023, I mean, we should see majority of registered voters collect their PVCs. Majority of Nigerians who have collected these PVCs participating in the election proper, which we, of course, I mean by voting in the election.
Very well, Nnamdi. So far, the offices applied in the next election. I'm talking about the general election.
Yes, Nalim, off-season elections are somewhat peculiar. And I should, quick example, INEC, quick example, the police deployed 21,000 in addition to other sister security agencies who had about 23,000 security personnel on the ground just for Osun alone. This would definitely not happen during the national elections. It could happen for off-season elections. We've seen it happen in previous off-season elections. It raises concerns for a lot of people. Yes, INEC did a lot of things right. Not everything. A lot of things were done right for this off-season election. A lot of things were done right in previous off-season elections. We hope that INEC, moving towards the national elections, would improve on some of, what they've done here and happens. But there are other areas of concern. Security is one of them. If we could deploy 23,000 security personnel for one election, what happens for the national elections? I know the police already preempted some arguments and said we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Of course, we'll wait and cross the bridge when we get there. But of course, I'm being optimistic here, and this is my reporter's guess. This is me talking. This is not NTA talking. I hope we get some of these things right so that moving towards the national elections, it would be a general success now.
All right, we are hopeful as well, Nnamdi. Thank you so much. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you, Nani.
All right. Still on Osun state governorship election, President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated Senator Ademola Adeleke, candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), following victory of the party in Saturday's gubernatorial election in Osun State. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, states that with the election over, the President expresses conviction that the people of Osun have expressed their will through the ballot, and the will of the people must always matter and be respected in a democracy. President Buhari notes that the successful conduct of the election is a further testimony to the maturity and commitment of all stakeholders, the electoral body, security agencies, political parties, the media, civil society, and the electorate, further strengthen the integrity of the electoral process in the country. The President reassures the nation that the commitment of this administration towards having credible elections remains unshaken. From different platforms, party supporters and well-wishers have been sending congratulatory messages to Senator Ademola Adeleke on his victory at the Osun State governorship election. Elizabeth Omori has a compilation of those messages.
National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Iochia Ayu, congratulates Senator Ademola Adeleke, winner of the Osun State July 16 governorship election, and the people of the state who kept faith with their party. Similarly, the presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, in his congratulatory message, says the ship of hope is already at the harbor under the umbrella of the People's Democratic Party, as the victory provided a catalyst for the party to see the opportunity in working together for the unity of Nigeria. In the same vein, the PDP Governors Forum congratulates Senator Ademola Adeleke on his victory as Governor-elect of Osun State. They also applaud the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, security agencies, election observers and monitors, the media, as well as the people of Osun State, who not only voted, but ensured that their votes count. Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has also praised Senator Adeleke for his steadfastness, hard work, and commitment to the welfare of the people that earned him the victory. The governor expressed optimism that Senator Adeleke will provide an enduring leadership for the people in appreciation for the massive support they gave through their votes. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
You're watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Up ahead. Zamfara State Governor suspends Emir for conferment of traditional title on notorious bandits kingpin. Command arrests Kuje escapee and 4 suspected kidnappers. Details of this and more after the break. Thank you for staying with us on the news at 10 on NTA News 24. The campaign for equal voting access for persons with disabilities, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities, has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and other election stakeholders for what it calls significant improvement on the number of accessible polling units for persons living with disabilities and other vulnerable groups during the just concluded Osun governorship election. The group, in a preliminary statement signed by its chairman, David Anyale, said it was impressed that marginalized populations such as the aged, nursing mothers and pregnant women and persons with disabilities were offered priority voting in a significant number of the polling units observed across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. The group said reports from its observers indicate that INEC cited a significant number of polling units along the roadside and dropped the ballot boxes on the floor, while a good number of other polling units were cited in buildings with access for those on wheelchairs, especially in Erepodu, Ede North and South, Borikpe, Odotun, and Ijebu-Ijesha local government areas of the state. Going forward, the group wants INEC to review the location of a large number of polling units across street, gutters, or in schools with steps and high pavements, which give voters with physical disability much struggle to cast their vote. Talking security now, Zamfara state government has dissociated itself from the recent turbaning of a notorious bandit kingpin, Ado Alero, as Sarkin Fulani by the emir of Birnin Yandoto in Safe local government area of the state. In this regard, the state governor, Bello Muhammad, has directed for the suspension of the emir with immediate effect. According to a statement issued by Secretary to Zamfara State Government, Kabiru Balarabe, the governor has consequently approved the constitution of a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the action of the suspended monarch. In the meantime, Alhaji Mahe Garba Marafa, who is the district head of Yandoto, is hereby assigned to take over the affairs of the emirate till further notice. The Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, has sued for cooperation with other security agencies in information gathering and sharing towards tackling crime and criminality in the society. The Commandant General, who made this known during the passing out ceremony of regular intakes in Makudi, Benue State, charged with the officers to be diligent and committed to their duties. Sandra Dowese Akeme reports.
The 216 graduates of the 2019 regular intake have completed the mandatory 3-month intensive basic training course, a prerequisite for them being enlisted in the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. The Commandant General, represented by Commandant Abraham Achi, and the NSCDC State Commandant Philip Anuku Oko, all charged the personnel to show commitment in the discharge of their duties, noting that their coming on board will make the command's work lighter in tackling the current and emerging security challenges in the state and across the country.
To our sister security agencies, I wish to sincerely appeal to you to synergize with one another to enable us save Nigeria from her present predicaments.
My charge to them, as always, first it will be God-fearing, so that they'll be able to perform their duties in terms of combating criminals.
Special Advisor to the Governor on Security Matters, Colonel Paul Hemba, retired, who represented the Governor, Samuel Otom, encouraged NSCDC to take the protection of critical national infrastructure and nation security a serious business.
On behalf of the Executive Governor of Benue State, that his administration will continue to cooperate with all the security agencies in assisting you to achieve your objectives.
The intensive 3-month training for these officers is for them to work very hard to assist the system in achieving a secured and safe society. In Makudi, Sandra Dewisakem, NTA News.
Against the backdrop of the recent attacks on some custodian centers in the country, security agencies in Nasarawa State are building synergy to forestall a similar incident in the state. This is demonstrated by the fact-finding visit to the Lafia Correctional Center by heads of security agencies in the state. Kasua Ojito has details.
The recent attacks on some correctional centers in some parts of the country has informed concerns and agitations for a more robust measures of preventing such in the future, hence the fact-finding visit. The visit, which brought about heads from the Nigerian Correctional Service, the Federal Road Safety Corps, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, and the Nigerian Immigration Service, among others, is to assess the correctional service in terms of security architecture and evolve ways to prevent future jail attacks. Due to the proximity of the center to residential areas, the Nasarawa State Comptroller of Service, Unisa Ibrahim Ada, said more needs to be done to protect the lives and properties of residents living within the vicinity.
So we agree that we're going to go around the facility and see, assess the security situation and see what we can advise on what is to be done. But all these are aimed at ensuring that security is not breached. What happened in other places, we have borrowing leave from there, and we want to be sure that nothing of such happened as far as Nasarawa is concerned.
He said more security personnel, structures and security cameras will be put to place to provide adequate security to the people of Nasarawa State and its environs. In Lafia, Victoria Ojito, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Katsina Police Command kidnappers parading the suspects at the command's headquarters. Police Public Relations Officer Superintendent Gambo Issa reaffirmed commitment towards securing lives and property. Awal Haliru reports.
As part of intensified efforts to protect lives and property, Katsina State Police Command succeeded in arresting 14 suspects alleged to have committed various crimes. Among the suspects is one escapee from Kuje Correctional Center named Kamal Lawal, who was arrested at a hideout in the Musa local government area of the state.
In the course of the investigation, some quantity of dried leaf suspected to be in the name was also recovered in his possession during police search. Suspect will be handed over to Nigeria Correctional Service for further necessary action.
The command also paraded leader of a kidnapping gang, Bella Saleh, along with 3 other members of the gang. SP Gamba Issa also noted the efforts of the command in arresting suspected armed robbers who specialize in housebreaking, terrorizing people within Katsina metropolis. Items recovered include motorcycles, locally made guns, computers, and other dangerous weapons. The Police Public Relations Officer SP Gamba Issa assured residents of the continued commitment to secure lives and property in the state. Awal Halaru, NTA News.
In view of the evolving security threats, the military says it is upscaling the skills of its officers and other security agencies in policy formulation and implementation. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, stated this at the Nigerian Army Resource Center, Abuja. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports.
Different security challenges truncating lives and socio-economic activities in different parts of the country. These threats are complex and dynamic, requiring regular training of security agencies.
Over the years, the focus of Nigerian Army in the area of manpower capacity development has been centered on junior and mid-cadre officers. Nonetheless, the need to focus on very senior officers of the Nigerian Army was also observed to make it in tandem with the global best practices. It is in that drive and our effort to further develop capacity of very senior officers that this course was conceptualized and sustained by past leadership of the Nigerian Army.
This strategic management and policy study course for senior military, paramilitary and related civilians, organized by the Nigerian Army Resource Center, is meant to broaden their ability to develop diverse strategies in addressing evolving security challenges.
Apart from the little input from King's College London, these have been homegrown purely. And the results have been wonderful. Even before they finish today, the relationship has been wonderful. And that's the essence of the whole thing.
The military enjoined Nigerians to see the task of securing the country as a collective responsibility. From the Nigerian Army Resource Center in Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
You are still watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll pause here for a break. Stay with us.
This is the network service of the NDA.
Sum total is a mustard seed. Then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest. We will be highlighting one of the prevalent social issues in our society. That we love and trust, and by people that are strangers. Have you ever felt weird, like you never really fit in? Do you find others a little odd? And does it boggle your mind how the next guy thinks, processes information, or even lives their lives? Well, think no further, as our show today is about understanding yourself and even the next guy. It is refreshing to be understood. I used to think I was weird until I finally found out that my personality was the issue. Let me elucidate. The thing is, your personality, those characteristics in combination that forge our character, is the problem. That is why one person is divergent from another. That's our show today. We'll be right back. Welcome to Our Reality with Sky. On today's episode, we will be highlighting a prevalent societal issue, misunderstanding our various personalities. So, if you're listening to this, you are human, or at least you should be. We fall into at least one of the following personality types: entrepreneurs, architects, logician, commander, debater, advocate, mediator, protagonist, campaigner, logistician, defender, executive, counsel, virtuoso, adventurer, entertainer. Now, these are the 16 personality types. We're going to group them for you when we return. So the analysts are the architects, the logician, the commander, the debater. The diplomats are the advocates, the mediators, the protagonists, the campaigners. Now let's talk about the sentinels. I love these guys. They're the logisticians, the defenders, the executives, the counsel. Now, what is a sentinel? A sentinel is a watcher, a person who watches. A sentinel is actually a soldier, a guard soldier, whose task is to stand and keep watch. So these explorers that I talked about, the virtuoso, the adventurers, the entrepreneurs, and the entertainers, are people that we'll go into detail defining, because when we know how the other person thinks and acts, we can understand, and our world will be a better place. Stay tuned.
A self-disciplined life makes the job of good ethics more attainable. Self-discipline has always been one of those elusive things that your parents, coaches, and teachers have tried to instill in you for as long as you can remember. Sometimes you heard it, and sometimes you didn't. To help you build self-discipline in the workplace, consider these 10 tips. Tip 1. Just do it. Cautiously decide that you really want to be someone who practices self-discipline in your attitude and ethics. Let your desire to achieve self-discipline motivate you to make good choices. Say to yourself, I'm going to play by the rules. Make a personal commitment to develop and bulletproof your personal ethical code of conduct. You must really want it. As long as you require outside intervention to stay ethical, you won't develop self-discipline. Tip 2. Learn the rules. Clarify what you will and will not do. Educate yourself so that you will not make ignorant mistakes. Rules, policies, regulations, and standard operating procedures can be overwhelming, but you must resolve that you will never make an ethical decision without knowing what the rules are. Become comfortable with asking your supervisor, legal counsel, or ethics officer for help. They will appreciate that you took the time to ask before jumping into an ethically uncertain situation. Tip 3. Be accountable. Accept responsibility for your behavior. Don't blame others for your unfortunate actions and decisions. How many times have you seen a cover-up only worsen an ethical crisis? The extent of your personal damage control should be, I'm sorry, I take full responsibility for my actions, and I will make it right. That is what most people want to hear. Taking responsibility shows honesty of character, which is a rare and valuable commodity in the workplace. Tip 4. Practice. Self-discipline is something you can teach yourself. No matter how carefully you plan to live an honest and disciplined life, you won't get out of the starting gate without actually doing something. Self-discipline is not a spectator sport. It requires numerous cycles of practice, failure, and success. Look at the personal obstacles that you have overcome in the past and realize that doing the right thing requires you to step out and stand up. Tip 5. Eliminate harmful habits. If you tend to stretch the truth, cut it out. If you use company equipment, supplies, or facilities for personal use, stop it. If you interpret company policies to meet your needs, don't do it anymore. This list of ethically bad workplace habits goes on and on. We all have some angles, scams, or some unethical behavior that pushes the envelope. Whatever they may be, put an end to these harmful habits immediately. Tip 6. Set and complete goals. There is nothing more satisfying and rewarding than achieving a hard goal. Examples of ethical goals can be telling yourself, when I feel tempted to stretch the truth, I will be factual. When this person puts me in an ethically uncomfortable position, I will stand up for the truth. The act of completing a goal will empower you and give you the courage to do it again and again. Tip 7. Do what you say you will do. Finish what you start, stay on task. There may be no greater measure of your character than evidence that you are a man or woman of your word. Dependability is an invaluable asset in the workplace. It shows ethical honesty. Tip 8. Ignore peer pressure. It is easy to be ethical without the negative influences of others. You can't escape the ethical conflicts with your peers at work. Every job, no matter how isolated, involves working with others. Even the most homogeneous environment will have some level of moral and ethical diversity. Peer pressure can be the most difficult challenge to your personal ethical values. You must learn to stick to your principles and take the knocks as they come. Tip 9. Do activities that enhance your self-discipline, like exercising, sports, or practicing a musical instrument. The fact is, attaining self-discipline in one area of your life will translate to other areas of life as well. Achieving self-discipline in one area reprograms your mind to know what it feels like to say no to the easy way out. Tip 10. Don't give up. Moral and ethical values are not skin deep. You simply cannot walk away from them when times get tough. Many things in life are negotiable, but your principles are not. The personal rewards of building a strong ethical character are well worth the journey. The benefits go far beyond your business at work. They will transcend to all areas of your life.
Welcome back. Now we're going to eviscerate each personality type so we can have a better understanding. Now let's talk architects. They're very strategic thinkers who are imaginative. The architect has a plan for every single solitary thing. They're actually very rare. They make up 2% of the population. They're highly intellectual. They're perpetually cerebral. They're imaginative and decisive, which is such a beautiful combination. Matter of fact, women of this personality types are very rare. I like to think of myself as an architect. Architects are ambitious, yet private. They don't feel the need to waste their energy on undeserving things. They channel that energy to the right thing. There's a sense of knowing what to do and when to do it. Also, how to do it. They are beyond curious. They want to know and be in the know perpetually. Architects, to know is their forte. This desire for knowledge comes early, very early in life. They seem to be they seem to be a paradox to those who are looking on because they are original and at the same time they're very enigmatic. By this I mean that they are shrouded in mystery. They're confident, insightful, logical. They possess the willpower to rule their worlds. They seem to be able to break down and build back anything up. Any idea, any system, anything that they come in contact with. They are perfectionists and moralists, and they can easily rob people the wrong way. As you come in contact with them, you find that they're anti, systems and stuff because they're perpetually questioning, and so they tend to rub people the wrong way. They lose respect for anyone that can't keep up with their process or methods. If you can't keep up with their rules and their traditions, they lose respect for you. They believe everything should be open to questioning, so they analyze and they reanalyze. This makes them very insensitive. They seem insensitive because they find a different way that may seem better. They don't want to take that unilateral, they take unilateral decisions, so it's all on them. They don't want to take the conventional way. Tradition be damned. Don't get them wrong though. This is not them being impulsive. They're rational and deliberate. They possess things, they possess the power to process things clearly, and they go over it over and over again to make sure that their impending idea and methods work. If you take time to understand them, you would get along with them because they are brilliant and they are confident, and they cannot deal with little white lies or small talk, as the hunger for depth and truth will not allow. They find social conversations and conventions and interactions and traditions very foolish. This is why amid their genius, they thrive out of the spotlight, where they are comfortable and can work with the familiar. They're always trying to figure out new strategies and contingency plans. They perpetually outdo their peers in everything, and they have a bid for control. Do you know anyone who's like this? I know quite a number of people, and in the beginning I didn't understand them. I would wonder why they were this hunger for control. I even thought it was a demerit. But we're going over these personality types so that we can understand the people around us, the people in our world. Because if I understand that this person is like this, I can understand their methods and I can make excuses for certain things that they do. We'll be right back. So what are their strengths? They're dedicated. They're hardworking. They're goal-oriented. There's a high level of self-confidence. As I think about this thing, I think about the architects in my life. They're independent and decisive. They're quick. They're determined, imaginative. Their minds are so strategic. They're open-minded. They're actually a jack of all trades. Now let's talk about their weaknesses. Now, because they're anti-rules, they seem to be very arrogant and judgmental. They're overly analytical. They don't like too much structure. They have no idea when it comes to romance. So a logician is the second type that falls under analysts. Now, the logician personality type is very, very rare. They make up only 3% of the world's population, and for them, nothing they could be more happy about than being common. They don't like to be common. Logicians pride themselves on being inventive, on being creative. They're very unique, and their perspective is that way, and they have a very, very vigorous intellect. Now let's talk entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are risk takers. They live in the moment, as life is a complete adventure for them. They don't like abstract concepts, and global issues do not interest them at all. They don't watch the news, pretty much. They're always a work in progress. The rest of the analysts are the commanders and the debaters, and we'll discuss that. The commander is someone that is extravagant, intuitive, a thinking, a judging person. They're very decisive. They absolutely love to accomplish stuff. They gather information to construct their creative vision and don't waste time to act on it. They are natural born leaders, extremely charismatic, confident. They project authority. They draw a crowd with their goals. They're ruthless when it comes to rationality. They're driven. They're determined. They kind of overwhelm timid people. So the debaters are the next one that fall under the analysts. They are extravagant, they're intuitive, they're thinkers, they're prospecting, they tend to be bold. See, as the word debaters go, they're highly creative, and they have great mental powers. They pursue their goals like nothing else matters, and they do not care about any resistance. Now, when I think debaters, I'm thinking about high school and people on the debate team. So they like the banter, the sparring with, mentally. They like that because they're quick and they act on their feet mentally. They have a broad knowledge base. They love to argue and eviscerate every topic. They want to understand the other person's reasoning and that's pretty much how they achieve their goals. Have you ever felt weird, like you really don't fit in? Do you find other people a little odd? Does it boggle your mind how the next guy thinks, processes the information? I am different. You are different, and so are personality types. These 16 have been enumerated and grouped like so: entrepreneurs, architects, logician, commander, debater, advocate, mediator, protagonist, campaigner, logistician, defender, executive, consul, virtuoso, adventurer, entertainer. Understanding where you belong will go a long way in making your world easier. Today, we talked about architects in detail. We introduced entrepreneurs and logisticians. Do you recognize yourself in any of these categories? Ponder these. Next time, we'll discuss more. How do you find out what your personality type is? I'll let you in on that on our Reality with Sky next episode. Goodbye.
$24 a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Aquaculture as a world emergent industry and one of the fastest growing food production subsector in the world. And due to the apparently declining global fish catch, aquaculture is crucial for food security and nutrition for a rapidly growing global population in the nearest future. Approximately 200 million people around the world are involved in fishing and aquaculture, one way or the other, with efforts to provide around 100 million tons of fish every year. This will mean an average consumption of 16 kilos per person, but in many places where fish is the principal source of animal protein, average consumption is far higher. Much of the bountiful harvest is produced not just by large industrial operators, but by local small and medium-scale producers. And do you know that half the fish supplied to world markets come from developing countries? In Africa, Latin America, and Asia, Africa is blessed with abundant resources, human and natural, that are only now being properly tapped and harnessed. The success story of aquaculture abound in Nigeria, Ghana, and Malawi. And we bring the focus of the world onto glaring cases in Nigeria, which is the Iriwe Fish Farm village in Ijebu Ode, which rears the African catfish.
There is no end to knowledge, and the industry too, there is still room for them to learn more. So mountain training and training and retraining is also a key to enhance productivity.
Iriwe Farms has gained international recognition from bodies like FAO of the United Nations, DFID, JICA, UNDP.
On our own part is to source for more funds for them, because really speaking, there is no way you can really grow well in this kind of business without adequacy of resources. Without borrowing, without getting some loans, there is a limit on the growth. With 4,937 pounds, if they have 2 billion access to 2 billion naira, that may not be even enough as working capital in a year.
We're one of the founders of who started aquaculture in Ghana, Crystal Lake, in collaboration with Water Research Institute. We had to do a trial to assess whether the local species could grow competitively in Ghana. And so this was partly funded by Danida. So we did that, and we established that the local species could grow competitively in Ghana. This is, of course, and taking into consideration how much tilapia is being sold in Ghana. So it proved that aquaculture could be viable in Ghana.
What we are giving out today, because previously, like I told you, you harvest your fish at the end of 6 months, and you may ask yourself, are they be hatched in the cage? But now, farmers who are the customers tells you, look, Mr. Limo, your products are good, your fingerlings are very good. Where is the source? And we tell them the source. And I'm happy because it's a win-win situation. You grow, I grow. So whenever I get the feedback from the customer, it makes me happy. And also, we try to do extension services. All our customers that we supply, we make sure every month we go and check their body weight, help them to calculate the biomass, and advise them on what feed change, what you have to do, what you don't have to do. And I think it's helping the industry a lot.
I started, hatching and selling fingerlings. I started with the 3,000, but right now I am selling 4 million fingerlings and 2,000 fry. I went to Nigeria last year. I learned, wow, that was a shock to me, because when I saw the extent and the progress that our fellow Nigerians are doing, when I came back, I said, that is a revolution. The catfish industry in Nigeria is a revolution that is required here in Malawi.
As the global demand increases and more opportunities are created, better and improved nutrition for children with dietary requirements met by the consumption of fish New job opportunities like feed processing, fish fingerlings, construction of net, and other fish farming related activities to drastically and effectively reduce poverty and also feed growing population.
Of all our enterprise development programs, of all of them, agriculture is number one that has helped so many people out of poverty. Because nobody wants to die inside poverty. Able to tell them, look, there is a way out of this poverty, and they are ready to. And when you get to the side, you now see people who are nowhere before, and today they own houses, they own cars, they have their children in good schools, they can eat well, and all that.
My name is Sunday Oye. The business is okay because for what we are doing, I had a wife and 4 kids, and I'm living well with my kids with the business because what we are making by, let me say, by a week, it's okay for me and my family.
The success recorded in the recent past years, which is already attracting investors, more national and international investors are invited to come and invest and partake of the riches of investing in agriculture.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative, and interactive on national issues, accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
Hello, here is the news update at 11. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. Following the successful conclusion of the governorship election, PDP supporters and residents of Osun State are in celebration mood over the victory of Senator Ademola Adeleke, the governor-elect.
I'm very happy. I give all glory to Almighty God for what happened yesterday. People really stood with by us yesterday. We appreciate all people of Osun State. If I cannot even express things, because within me now, I'm so happy.
With this, it seems the people have clearly spoken. For INEC, I give them thumbs up, and the security too. I mean, the helicopters were over my house like since Wednesday or Thursday. I knew, much as that people to the uninformed will say that as trying to intimidate the public, but they came out. Retired civil servant, serving civil servant that look, we must protect our votes.
Religious understanding is fast gaining ground among Christians and Muslims in Kaduna State as Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA, hosts Muslims during their Sunday devotion. Adherents of two religions in Kaduna are lowering their differences to foster unity, understanding, and tolerance.
Of bridging the gap between us. We see this as an opportunity to emphasize the oneness, the commonality that we have.
People are using religion to
make us fight for their selfish ends. So my advice is not only the Christians, but both Muslim and Christians should encourage this kind of services.
The Nigerian Labour Congress has urged the federal government to negotiate in good faith to resolve the ongoing public university strike and not to keep the unions in the dark concerning the Professor Nimi Briggs' recommendation. A statement by the NLC President Ayuba Waba said the concern by the Congress became necessary in view of recent reports in the media that the federal government may have rejected its own Nimi Briggs Committee on negotiation of the 2009 agreement on the premise of an alleged disparity between the pay rise allocated to university teaching staff and the non-teaching staff. Waba wanted the federal government to conclude the ongoing negotiation with trade unions in Nigeria's university and be prepared to commence implementation of whatever collective bargaining agreement arising thereof so that public universities can resume normal activities. That's the news update at this time. Do join us at 1 p.m. for another update. I am Norlene Ebel Ame.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome. This is Property and Style, your one-stop shop on everything real estate. Property and Style is a program that has been designed to ensure you're enlightened about everything that has to do with the building subsector. It is coming to you from the network service of the NTA, and my name is Patience Eloy Abba. Thank you for keeping a date with us.
NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Nigerian Television Authority, specializes in creating comfort in all areas of life, such as real estate investment, that is, land, houses, and office spaces, mass leasing, savings and loan scheme, and so much more. Other information and entertainment services include Property and Style, a TV program that airs on the network service of the NTA, and also Property Connect, a nationwide magazine. Our priority is to bridge poverty gaps and sustain quality welfare of our clients. Partner with us and watch us help you grow. Pay us a visit today at the NTA headquarters permanent site, Area 11 Gariki, Abuja, or our Lagos office at number 15 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For more information, visit our website on www.ntaproperties.com.ng, or you can email us on ntap2000@yahoo.com. Call us on 0066417900. NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, the much needed help at your doorstep.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it is Property and Style coming to you from the network service of the NTA. On today's episode, we'll be taking a look at something very important as far as building development is concerned. Have you ever been to a place where you found it very difficult to get a spot to park your car? Or you live in an environment where every morning it is tug of war because of parking spaces? Okay, today we'll be taking a look at parking spaces. Are property owners taking that very into consideration when they are building their houses? Or is the town plan in such a way that cars can be parked easily? We'll be taking a look at this and a whole lot more. Once again, I am delighted that you've joined us.
Question of the day.
According to the Asphalt Association, parking lots are paved areas intended for vehicle parking and can vary widely in size, function, and design. In the same vein, the Oxford Dictionary defines parking lot as an area where cars or other vehicles may be left for a while. It is a dedicated area intended for parking vehicles. In most countries where cars are the dominant mode of transportation, parking lots are a component of every city or suburban area. Parking lots are designed in every house, office, or public places. Shopping malls, sports stadiums, airports, and worship centers often have large parking lots. One of the key necessities of owning a car is the demand to have it parked when it is not in use. This makes parking lot a necessary feature in constructing both residential and commercial properties. Property owners, malls, markets, and public centers must have enough parking spaces to provide their residents and visitors a place to park their cars.
Government need to do something about it to provide more parking space for people. If you go to a plaza now, there's supposed to be a parking space at the plaza. You find out there is not enough. They have built everywhere. They did not take care of, maybe think of parking space for their customers or their tenants.
Parking is an integral component of the transport system. It plays a vital role in the management of traffic and congestion in the city. Parking on the street constitutes one major problem that makes traffic situation chaotic in Nigerian cities.
If you are passing through all the streets in Abuja, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, there's no parking space. If there's no parking space in Abuja, I don't think all this car parking on the road can be there. If I'm lying to you, start from Eagle Square, Rise, the center of FCT. You see how cars are parking. You see some commercial car motors are parking on the road, disturbing other private motors. They don't have enough parking. Government have to do something to it.
Parking lots are very important when designing and constructing structures either for residential or commercial use. There are different types of parking lots. They are categorized by the purpose, that is, parking lot for commercial use and parking lots for residential use. For commercial, we have single-level parking garages, multi-level or multi-story parking lots, underground parking lots.
For now, the places we have existing should be built in such a way that you have high rising. Like a place like this can have 4-5 spaces, as in four floors, where cars can be parked. So if you're doing that, the whole of all the offices within this Area 11 can come here, park their vehicles comfortably without any security issues. At the end of the working hours, everybody will just troop in, take their cars and go home. And not only here, in all the other zones and areas in Abuja, such development should be carried out so that we have floors, not only the ground floor. You can have second, third, and fourth floors where cars will be parked. If we do structures like that, I believe we'll be good to go in FCT.
For residential, we have open parking. They are uncovered parking spots within the building premises. We also have tilt parking where they are partially covered on the ground floor of the apartment complex. And finally, we have the garage parking. These are fully covered, complete parking structures.
I think Abuja has a good number of outfits with large parking space, but they were not properly constructed. They don't have any shades, parking ports. You can see around and see most of the cars are under the sun. So when a driver brings his bus to a place like this, you need to stay under the shade. You don't expect the driver, especially where loitering is not allowed, is not permitted. A driver is expected to stay in the car, and you don't expect the driver to be under the sun. So I think some touches like construction of carports and all around, let it look tidy and good. It will be nice.
Abuja don't have enough parking space. Why I say so? Even the one they are parking now, if they have the parking space now, it will turn to fight, which like the place they're supposed to have make for parking space, they have created for houses and other things to make money, and if you know that parking space can give them money, it can even give many people job. So even as people are parking on the road, it's not good. By right, it's not good, and because of there is no enough parking space, they don't see where to park. When they give somebody 1,000 square meter, you're supposed to build a house where people can be able to park their motor. The tenant you are giving to the house, but they will like to build the house to occupy the whole land, and people will be parking outside. Every house is supposed to have parking space inside the compound. And so there is gate. Somebody that living in that compound is supposed to drive and enter park. So they have to make it compulsory to people to say that if you are building house, they are giving them building plan, let them give them, they have to give a space. At least if you are building it for like all these plazas, many plazas, they don't have where to park. They don't have where that people will park, and every time they will be causing goes front of that plaza, and it's not good.
To my own observation, as far as Abuja is concerned, I did not really see that they have enough parking space. They don't have. If the government think and deem it necessary that they don't want to be seen car parked by the roadside, they should create enough parking space.
The importance of parking lots in a built environment cannot be overemphasized, as it plays a pivotal role in space management.
Are you a landlord, a tenant, or an agent? Are you a real estate developer or interested in housing investments? Then this is the right platform designed specially for you to promote your business and services. To learn more about property investments, tune in on this station every Monday at 11 a.m. If you've got questions, we have answers. For further inquiries, please call us 080-6641-7900. Or you can send us an email at propertyandstyle@gmail.com or visit our website at www.nteproperties.com.ng. Property and Style, the future is now.
A parking lot, just like the name implies, parking is a space provided for a car to be kept temporarily or even permanently, depending on the use, but mostly temporarily before it is driven off to another location. That is a parking lot. Types of parking, in terms of design type, you have perpendicular parking, you have the angled parking, which could be 90 degrees to a line, or 40 degrees, or 45 degrees, or 30 degrees, or 60 degrees to a wall or to a straight line on the ground. So those are the different types of parking. By perpendicular parking, the simplest example to give would be the on-street parking, like the type we used to have in the FCT, where you could just pull over onto the shoulder of the road and park perpendicular to the road, to the street, and pay a fee for it, go into whichever facility or building you were going into, you were given a ticket, and you come back, you take your car and go for a specific period of time. Well, that's that type. It's designed perpendicular to the road or to any straight line. Usually for all these different types, the major consideration for architects is the turning radius of a car. The car needs a turning radius, and the minimum turning radius for a car is 3 meters. You need to provide a turning radius where a car can turn in and park at 90 degrees. You would agree with me that for a car to be able to turn and park at 90 degrees, you need more space. If it is at 45 degrees, you don't need the kind of space you need for a 90 degree parking space. So these are the different types of parking spaces that we design as architects, and you can use them depending on the space you have available, you know. And remember that for every plot of land you have to design, there is a maximum coverage you are allowed to use up for the building. So whatever else is left is what you provide for parking, you provide for landscaping, and for decorative pieces, your external decorative pieces. So landscaping elements, that is. But then parking lot is a component of your landscaping. You provide that. So depending on the space you have, you can decide to do the 90 degree, you can decide to do the perpendicular, you can decide to do any of the other varying degrees, 45, 60, 30. It all depends on it depends on the space you have and the discretion of the architect. For space constraints, usually you have what we call multi-level parking. Multi-level parking is provided on different floors. You could have a basement floor parking. You could have, from the basement, you could have upper levels. We have examples of such all over the FCT. We have one at the Federal Ministry of Finance. You have others at the Federal Secretariat Complex, the Head of Service Building Complex. So these are Head of Service Office Complex, I beg your pardon. So these are multi-level parking lots where a provision is made for ramps. The ramps takes you from the lower level to the upper level, and there is a free flow of vehicular movement such that there is no interference between the incoming and the outgoing. Definitely. The client may not even mention to you that he needs parking spaces, but you as the designer, as the architect, the responsibility is yours to develop or do a design that would be comfortable for users. Of course, you would assume that people will come to that structure with a car or with cars, and definitely they would need where to keep those cars or to park those cars. So I would answer in the affirmative that yes, every structure requires some level of parking spaces or parking lots. Yes, there are, and the standards are relative to different locations. I'll speak for our immediate location, which is the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. And I would think that nationwide, those standards may be similar. For residential buildings, for instance, you have parking spaces are provided number of dwellings. For instance, if you have a block of flats and they are like 6 number 2-bedroom flats, for each unit you will provide 2 parking lots, which means if you have 6 number 2-bedroom flats or 2-bedroom apartments in a block, it means you will have to provide minimum 12 number parking spaces, which means 1 apartment is allocated 2 parking spaces. If you have for 1 bedroom, 1 parking space is allowed. So for 1 bedroom apartment, you provide 1 parking space. So if you have the same 6 number 1 bedroom apartment, rather than do 12, you'd have only 6. These are some of the standards that apply in the FCT. Yes, of course, it is assumed that off-street parking, which is like outside the perimeter of the property, where maybe against the fence, you will provide parking for visitors they can park off the road, of course, and then they can walk into the property. So that could be a consideration for visitors who are coming into spaces where you have only 1 space provided per dwelling unit. So that's regarding that. There is this concern of motorists usually, especially for office structures where people park over a long period of time. They come to the office in the morning and they're expected to close at the evening hours. With our climate, we have lots of sun, lots of sunlight during the daytime, and then there's this effect of the sun on the car. Usually, as an architect, to mitigate that, we would provide some form of shade, some form of shading, and the more natural, the better. You could do a line of trees that would provide a natural cover. That way you are doing 2 things at the same time. You are improving the ecosystem and you are providing a shade for the cars.
NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Nigerian Television Authority, specializes in creating comfort in all areas of life, such as real estate investment, that is, land, houses, and office spaces, mass leasing, savings and loan scheme, and so much more. Other information and entertainment services include Property in Style, a TV program that airs on the network service of the NTA, and also Property Connect, a nationwide magazine. Our priority is to bridge poverty gaps and sustain quality welfare of our clients. Partner with us and watch us help you grow. Pay us a visit today at the NTA headquarters permanent site, Area 11 Gariki, Abuja, or our Lagos office at number 15 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For more information, visit our website on www.ntaproperties.com.ng, or you can email us on ntap2000@yahoo.com. Call us on 0066417900. NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, the much needed help at your doorstep. And the answers.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of today's episode of Property and Style. We've taken a look at parking lot, the importance. So while you're developing that building, make sure you have in mind that people are going to park their cars. Parking lots are very important for the sanity of our environment. Goodbye and God bless.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
This is the network service of the NDA.
Political cartoons gained relevancy during the Civil War, when artist Thomas Nast created some of the most instantly recognizable images in the U.S. politics, including Uncle Sam, the Republican elephant, and the Democrat donkey. Today, political cartoons remain a staple of newspapers' editorials globally. Hello, and it's nice to have you join me on another exciting edition of Video Intentions on NTA. I am Uma Mohammed. Now you'll be viewing some very creative and genius pictures, and in approximately 4 seconds only, it should hit you hard in the face. And when that happens, it means the artist has been successful in passing the message. Let's take a look.
Political cartoons are an integral component in the framework of political journalism. They offer a brightly colored alternative to formal news reporting, providing light relief for the ever-increasingly gloomy political discourse. The images can cast a powerful interpretation on the day's news.
I studied economics, Abuja area. Basically, what I do as an artist is self-taught. It's something I started doing right from childhood, like most artists. And I never actually planned to become an editorial cartoonist or an illustrator. It was just something I had passion for. I was just into it. And I never had any formal training in this. But the love I have for art and, the desire to express myself, I kept searching, I kept learning things on my own and so on.
Bulama grows cartoons for a living. He is a staff cartoonist for Media Trust, a Nigerian newspaper outlet with headquarters in Abuja. His cartoons and illustrations are currently published in the Saturday and Sunday edition of Daily Trust newspapers.
I decided to study economics. One, I wasn't really sure what to study at the end of my secondary school. Coming from a Muslim home, art is not something that is really encouraged, right? Yeah, from the religious point of view and all of that. So there are a lot of conditions to that. So I guess that's one. And then secondly, for me growing up, I didn't have mentors, people to look up to. And I guess my parents didn't have that as well, like role models to say, okay, I want my son to be like that artist, because most of our parents will want us to be successful. So we look at the doctors, the engineers. These are the people our society say are successful. So obviously, most parents will want their kids to go, that line. So at the end of it, the secondary school thing, I decided that I wanted to do animation. I wanted to go into animation, 3D animation and all of that, but there was no university offering that as a course. I didn't want to go into paintings and sculptures. That's not what I'm really interested in. I was more interested in comic books and then probably animations, and I couldn't find anything like that. So honestly, I just looked at my results and I had the best grade in economics. I decided, okay, I'm going to study economics, which was a very big mistake for me because I wasn't good in maths. I didn't know I was going to meet a lot of maths in the university. So I did that and I had to struggle to complete the course.
Political cartoons consist of 5 common persuasive techniques, which are exaggeration, labeling, symbolism, analogy, and irony, which can all be found as the major component of Mustafa Bulama's cartoon.
Political cartoons or political cartoonists are not rare in Nigeria. They've been around. The likes of Jose Ajiboye, Professor Dele Jegede and all of that. They've been around 70s, 80s, all around. Perhaps in northern Nigeria, it's not very common. never had any formal education. I never sat down in a classroom to learn editorial cartoon. It was something I learned on my own. I bought books, I went online and, like on YouTube and all sorts of, wherever I can get information. And I follow a lot of cartoonists around the world to see what they're doing. And then I got better as I was actually doing it. I started as an editorial cartoonist in 2008. So although I've been with the media right from 2000, but as an editorial cartoonist, I started in 2008. That's about 12 years and so on. So that's what I want to pass on to people. Whatever you want to do, you have to put your head into it and take your time and learn. And it doesn't happen in a day, right? As an artist, not a cartoonist, an artist, I started drawing, I think, when I was like 4 years old. So right from childhood was something I was doing, and like that I kept on growing. And then as an editorial cartoonist, now we're talking about just a little bit over a decade. So it didn't just happen. Sometimes what I've noticed with some of youth is they want it to just happen like that. I want to become like you today. But there are a lot of things you have to learn. You have to be patient. You have to be, you have to persevere, and so on. And I think this is a medium. It's a channel where you can actually express yourself. You can say a lot of things, even if you are not talking to the government. You could talk to people. You could bring social change. You could do a lot of things with this skill, right? So education, information, whatever it is, with this skill is something you can actually do. If one understands the nature of the work, then you should expect people to also express themselves, so because basically what you're doing as an editorial cartoonist, you're expressing an opinion. Okay, something happens in the country, maybe something's in the news and so on. You read the news and then you express your own opinion about that subject matter. And people may accept it or reject it. After all, it's an opinion. There's this tendency for a cartoon to actually attract attention. People always want to see what is it about. So because of that, people will get to see your opinion, people will get to read your opinions about whatever it is you are talking about. Some of these opinions are not unique. Maybe there are opinions that people share, but because you are the one expressing it and probably other people have not seen other people's opinion, it's, for some, they may think this is just you.
Bulama says the main advantage of a political cartoon is being able to communicate an opinion very quickly. In these cartoons, for example, Bulama was inspired by the security crisis that has rocked the country in the past decade. Since the beginning of time, editorial cartoons have been framing issues and framing debate. It has always been a part of every country's way of freely expressing ideas and debates.
For Nigeria, a lot of things happen almost all the time. So the tough time will be for me to actually decide which of the issues to actually talk about. You see, for example, if I'm going to talk about the level of insecurity going on in Nigeria, I think my whole cartoons will all end up on just me saying things about insecurity. But sometimes it hurts, because for me to come up with a cartoon, I have to read the story, I have to understand what the story is. So because of that, I get to go into the details of a lot of the issues that are happening, and that can be troubling. You know, you're always reading bad news here and there, all of that. Sometimes I try to find something a little bit light. You know, sometimes I even try to find something positive. I say, please, can we have something positive? I look so hard and it's so difficult. You know, you see a lot of negative things happening and a lot of people are suffering, and you can't just pretend these things are not there. There's this particular cartoon I did that was very, I think I find it's a very interesting cartoon because it gives a kind of, to me, it gives a kind of a narration or a kind of both sides. Maybe if you're looking at what the government is doing and you're looking at what the people are seeing. So there's this wall. We have the government say, okay, we're doing this project, we've invested in this, we've done this, we've done that. But there's this huge wall of insecurity, of poverty, of unemployment that is standing between the people and what the government is doing. Most of these things the government is doing probably are things that the people would hopefully enjoy in the coming years. But currently, as people are living now, right, people are not safe, people are being killed, people are suffering the poverty rates and all sorts of things, unemployment. You know, people are not ready to see those things that the government is planning for maybe in the next 5-10 years, a decade or so. They're trying to live their lives today.
He draws his inspirations from works of many artists. His favorites are Zapiro, Gado, Jason Saylor, and Albert Uderzo, a French comic book artist best known for co-creating and illustrating of Asterix series.
Ils ne veulent plus travailler.
Favorite cartoon? Favorite? I love all cartoons. What if they are cartoons, I will sit down and watch.
The first political cartoon appeared in Benjamin Franklin newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette, on the 9th day of May 1754. It appeared as a part of the editorial by Franklin, commenting on the present disunited state of the British colonies. One of the people Bulama got inspired by is Dele Jegede, who began his professional career in Nigeria as a cartoonist and painter. He was a contemporary of Jose Ajiboye, who focused mainly on social genre. Jegede used his cartoons to comment on excesses of the privileged and drew attention to social and political issues. Aderonke Adesanya, art historian and scholar of contemporary art of Africa, considers Jegede's cartoons as copious sketches of the skeleton of the nation. From 1974 to 1977, he was the art editor of the Daily Times of Nigeria. Jegede continued to publish weekly cartoons, a sister publication of the Daily Times, well into the late 1970s, when he left for graduate studies in Indiana University in the United States.
What I did there is to basically give the government a feedback, because if they look at it as feedback, right, of what people are saying, what people are feeling, so it shouldn't be a case of, say, antagonism or some kind of a fight with the government. No, they should take it as a feedback. Okay, this is what people are actually thinking. I've had some opinions that have drawn attention to me, like the one I did about what was it last year about Hanan and all of that. And interestingly, what people don't know is that opinion was not even like my opinion per se. It came out of something, and then suddenly we have her picture on Instagram, which she posted herself, right, showing people this thing, and from there people started making comments. I only expressed exactly what people are saying. Okay, you at the top there, you are showing us this, while we are down here, we are suffering. And it wasn't an extraordinary cartoon. For me, it's not even one of my best cartoons. Cartoons that have very little, maybe text or very little information, and yet people get it, get what you are saying. You don't have to explain so much. And for me, those are the kind of cartoons that I really cherish. Recently, I did one that I really liked. It was so simple and so straightforward. Unfortunately, it still has to it still has to do with the wedding issue and all of that. I just drew two phones, just two iPhones, right? In 2014, a lot of people were talking about the gold-plated iPhones that the President Jonathan's administration, I don't know, they gave it out maybe during a wedding or the president's daughter's wedding, and there was so much uproar and people were talking about it. It was an iPhone 6, and then here in 2021 we have iPhone 12 Pro, so times two. I just drew the phones and what's on the phone. I didn't even say anything. Well, no, not exactly. I think drawings perhaps got me into trouble, but nothing too serious. You find out that whenever, my parents buy me maybe books for the term, the first one that will finish, is the drawing book. I will finish my drawing books the same day, right? And then the colors and like that. Sometimes you open my drawer, you find a lot of papers, my exercise books. I tear my exercise books to draw and things like that. Sometimes they try to stop me from drawing, to pay more attention to my books. So sometimes I'm drawing and I see my mom coming and I flip it and I start the multiplication, like that. When somebody has something, it's like it's a passion that somebody has, and I couldn't get rid of it. I tried to get rid of it, but it just kept following me. Best moment that I can remember right now, there was a time my father, my elder siblings, I think they were given an assignment in school. I think they were in primary school. I think I was in nursery school. I can't even remember. But they were given this assignment to draw the map of Nigeria. And they couldn't draw the map. And when my father came and they were talking, he said, okay, whoever can draw it, I don't know, maybe he's going to give something or something. I can't really remember exactly what happened, but I was the little one and I said I can, and I drew the shape of the map of Nigeria, and with the River Niger and River Benue and all of, while they couldn't. And he was so happy about that. He praised me and all of that. So I still remember that time. I can't even remember how old I was, but I know I was quite small. So that is, I think, one of my favorite moments. I think, things like this actually encourage a child. When a child is doing something good or is trying, you try to encourage the child to do more. I think it's one of those things that I can remember. It's not just about being the best, as if that's the kind of the objective. No, that's not the objective. For me, it's a kind of an activism, sort of advocacy. When you talk to the government, when you tell the government, okay, this is what people are going through and people need help, these things need to change and all of that, you start feeling, beyond maybe a cartoonist, a journalist, you start having that feeling of an activist.
He has won numerous awards in the field of editorial cartooning, story writing, and illustrations, amongst which are the Diamond Award for Media Excellence for Best Editorial Cartoons in 2017, Gold Prize winner, Media Trust Cartoon Competition 2010, organized by Media Trust Limited, Abuja, Nigeria. Political cartoons, which often include caricatures, are made for the purpose of conveying editorial commentary on politics, politicians, and current events. Such cartoons play a role in the political discourse of a society that provides for freedom of speech and that of the press. These works are the use of satire as a form of imagery to depict some political issues in cartoons, as featured in the Nigerian dailies.
Hello, my name is Mustafa Bulama. I'm an editorial cartoonist and illustrator. I'm watching Visual Impressions, the network service of NTA.
Now, with the ability to distill news and opinion into a caricature, cartoons present accessible and instant commentary and analysis of current events. They explain and explore stories in a manner that articles cannot. So powerful are these cartoons that they instantly make their way to every powerhouse of various nations. That's the much we can take today on Visual Impressions. I hope you had a colorful outing with me today. I am Omar Mohammed. Hope to see you again next week, and bye for now.
It's interesting you didn't ask me why I decided to study economics. I am Mustafa Bulama. I'm an editorial cartoonist and cut.
I'll be editing. Alright. Okay. Or can I just play any cartoon? Any cartoon bar? Moving. Alright.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues, accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
Did you get to see the way Telebabadu post this? Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, child, and is.
Largely cool. The idea that is
and do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of.
Congratulations, you've been able to sign Tino Werner from RB Leipzig.
So you take water before your workout.
People have used that for little TikTok to do that.
You can go for test.
President Muhammadu Buhari congratulates Senator Ademola Adeleke following his victory in Saturday's gubernatorial election in Osun State. INEC commended on voting access for persons with disabilities, plus a 27-year-old suspected drug queen arrested at Lagos Airport. These and more will bring to you right now on Panorama. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ruth Aguela. President Muhammadu Buhari has congratulated Senator Ademola Adeleke, candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), following victory of the party in Saturday's gubernatorial election in Osun State. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, indicates that with the election over, the President expresses conviction that the people of Osun have expressed their will through the ballot, and the will of the people must always matter and be respected in a democracy. President Buhari notes that the successful conduct of the election is a further testimony to the maturity and commitment of all stakeholders, the electoral body, security agencies, political parties, the media, civil society and the electorate to further strengthen the integrity of the electoral process in the country, reassuring the nation that the commitment of this administration towards having credible elections remains unshaken. Following Senator Ademola Adeleke's victory at the Osun State governorship election, congratulatory messages have been pouring in from different sectors. Elizabeth Omori did a compilation for us. Here is it.
The chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Iochia Ayu, congratulates Senator Ademola Adeleke, winner of the Osun State July 16 governorship election, and the people of the state who kept faith with their party. Similarly, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, in his congratulatory message, says the ship of hope is already at the harbor under the umbrella of the People's Democratic Party, as the victory provided a catalyst for the party to see the opportunity in working together for the unity of Nigeria. In the same vein, the PDP Governors Forum congratulates Senator Ademola Adeleke on his victory as Governor-elect of Osun State. They also applaud the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, security agencies, election observers and monitors, the media, as well as the people of Osun State, who not only voted, but ensured that their votes count. Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has also praised Senator Adeleke for his steadfastness, hard work, and commitment to the welfare of the people that earned him the victory. The governor expressed optimism that Senator Adeleke will provide an enduring leadership for the people in appreciation for the massive support they gave through their votes. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
We hear that residents of Osogbo, the Osun State capital, were in celebration mood over the victory of Senator Ademola Adeleke. The governor-elect Shagun Lawole reports.
Yes, if they come in Osogbo, the capital of Osun State, where the election has just been concluded, and our first ballot all went well. Unlike the inconclusive election the other time, everyone seems to be happy with the situation.
At the break of the dawn, the mood in Osogbo and environs suddenly changed from what could best be described as uneasy calm to that of celebration after INEC's declaration of Senator Ademola Adeleke as the Osun State governor-elect. Although it's a Sunday, some PDP faithful joined by residents mustered the courage to celebrate along major streets of Osogbo while human and vehicular movement continued without any breach of peace.
I'm very happy. I give all glory to Almighty God for what happened yesterday. People in this too by us yesterday. We appreciate all people of Osun State. If I cannot even express things, because within me now, I'm so happy.
With this, it seems the people have clearly spoken. For INEC, I give them thumbs up, and the security too. I mean, the helicopters were over my house, like since Wednesday or Thursday. I knew. Much as that, people to the uninformed will say that as trying to intimidate the public. But they came out. Retired civil servant, serving civil servant that, look, we must protect our vote.
Today is a day of my happiness, which I love past to God who made me. Imole was announced, which I say, Imole, Imole, Imole.
Similarly, PDP members in Ile-Ife, led by the Deputy Governor-elect Sunday Adewuse, took to the streets to celebrate the party's victory at the polls.
We have gone around the whole town now to thank them for their support that led us to this stage. So we are very, very grateful.
It seems what people are looking forward to is inauguration if there are no contention. At first ballot, I think it shows that people are quite happy.
Shagun Lawole, NTA News.
The Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has applauded the security operatives and Osun electorate for the peaceful conduct of the Saturday governorship election in the state. In a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the IGP says the deployment of about 21,000 personnel and assets led to the swift response to pockets of electoral offences, while urging Nigerians to toe the line of peaceful conduct in subsequent elections. The Inspector General of Police equally commends the collaborative efforts of other security agencies in the peaceful conduct of the elections and assures Nigerians of subsequent improvement in election security management. The Campaign for Equal Voting Access for Persons with Disabilities, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities, has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and other election stakeholders for what it calls significant improvement on the number of accessible polling units for persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups during the just concluded Osun governorship election. The group, in a preliminary statement signed by its chairman, David Anyaele, said it was impressed that marginalized population such as the aged, nursing mothers and pregnant women and persons with disabilities were offered priority voting in a significant number of the polling units observed across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. The group says reports from its observers indicate that INEC cited a significant number of polling units along roadsides and dropped the ballot boxes on the floor, whilst a good number of other polling units were sited in building without access for those on wheelchairs. In future, the group wants INEC to review the location of a large number of polling units across street gutters or in schools with steps or high pavements, which give voters with disability much struggle to cast their vote. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has been asked to review the positioning of voting cubicles in polling units in order to protect the secrecy of the ballot and prevent the reoccurrence of vote trading. Guest on NT's Good Morning Nigeria, while reviewing the just concluded Osun governorship election, noted that politicians are deploying fresh strategies on vote trading. Lydia Sampson reports.
The Osun governorship election, another off-cycle poll, has been done and dusted. Election observers applaud the significant improvement in voter turnout, early accreditation of voters, and the electronic transmission of results from ward level to collation center, which is now a game changer. Now, while the incidence of violence has come down drastically, that of vote trading has gone up rather discreetly.
The positioning of the ballot of the voting cubicle can reduce the secrecy of the ballot. It's okay for you to place it differently. In a number of the polling units that we visited and that the observers reported, you can see that the ballot, the cubicle is placed in a way that does not allow secrecy at all. People are looking over their shoulders. Even the way it's placed close to the INEC ad hoc staff, you will find out that they can't even see what they're doing.
About the issue of about arresting and prosecuting. Of course, the entire public heard that when we were in Ekiti, some persons were arrested with money. We've not heard from the police what happened. But truly, not only INEC, but even the media, the civil society organizations should follow up to know what happened, because there must be some form of deterrent. Some people must be used as scapegoat, as you said. If people know that some people went to jail because of this, next time they will be a little bit careful.
INEC is therefore requested to do a thorough postmortem with a view to enhancing the credibility.
Administering our election in Nigeria, I think this is good to note. And there's a way in which it signals what is likely to happen in with future elections. I mean, with public confidence high, with the enthusiasm and the turnout, I think we can look forward to a successful 2023.
It is expected that the successes of the off-season polls will be brought to bear on the 2023 general elections. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
Away from the election, the Federal Executive Council has sent best wishes to Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo as he recuperates following a successful surgery on account of a fracture of his right thigh bone, a long-standing injury associated with the game of squash. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, in a statement on behalf of FEC members, wishes the Vice President quick recovery in order to continue to give the needed support for the overall growth and stability of the country. To other issues, the House of Representatives has insisted that operators in upstream sector of the Nigeria oil and gas industry must submit themselves for proper forensic audit to determine the exact amount to remit to the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. This was at the end of an investigative hearing on remittance of 1% of contracts awarded to the board. John Yako reports.
9 companies appeared before the House of Representatives Committee investigating non-remittances to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board after failing twice to appear to defend allegations of defaulting. Non-auditing of accounts, absence of documents to support payments, or non-receipt of funds by the board between 2010 and 2022 are reasons advanced for the hearing.
When that demand was served on us, the license was revoked. We have been remitting the 1% NCD levy to NCDMB, and have even come up with a summary of the payment.
You can only be in production to be able to pay these commitments, regulatory obligations that we are expected to do.
The finance team did not avail all the relevant documents. That is where we are. Until all the relevant documents come in, we will not be able to accept their position.
Companies that have complied were given a week by the committee to provide evidence of payments, while those who are yet to reconcile their accounts with the board were asked to do so immediately.
We're not going to take things lying, we're going to follow up, like I said earlier, and ensure that if you're not responsive to NCDM, you have no business continuing in the sector. As we help you to go, also show good faith and encourage NCDM to be able to carry out its functions and obligations.
The 1% remittance by oil companies to NCDMB is aimed at increasing local capacity and knowledge transfer within the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. In Abuja, John Yaku, NTA News.
A look at the judiciary. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Yakubu Chunoko Mekyo, has emerged the president-elect of the Nigerian Bar Association. Mekyo emerged winner as NBA president-elect, having polled 22,342 votes to defeat two other contenders, Joe Kiari Gadzama, SAN, and Jonathan Taidi, a former general secretary of the NBA. Additional Adigbite was elected general secretary with a total. With this victory, Mekyo, SAN, becomes the 31st president of the NBA. He is expected to take over from Olumide Akpata in August 2022. And to education matters, the Nigerian Labour Congress has urged the federal government to negotiate in good faith to resolve the ongoing public universities strike and not keep the unions in the dark concerning the Professor Nimi Briggs recommendation. A statement by the NLC President Ayub Awaba indicates that the concern by the Congress becomes necessary in view of recent reports in the media that the federal government may have rejected its own Nimi Briggs committee on renegotiation of the 2009 agreement on the premise of an alleged disparity between the pay rise allocated to university teaching staff and non-teaching staff. WAPA urges the federal government to conclude the ongoing negotiation with trade unions in Nigeria universities and be prepared to commence implementation of whatever collective bargain agreement that will arise so that public universities can resume normal activities. We'll take a breather. We're back shortly. Stay tuned.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Welcome back. A 27-year-old suspected drug queen has been arrested at the Lagos airport for planting cannabis sativa concealed in fetish bowls on two Oman-bound male passengers. The suspects are believed to be traveling to Oman, Middle East, before they were intercepted by NDLEA operatives at the airport. Meanwhile, operations conducted in Nasarawa, Kaduna and Adamawa states see to the seizure of 91 jumbo bags of cannabis weighing 1,029.5 kg and quantum of pharmaceutical opioids, as well as arrest of 8 suspects. Kasina Police Command has arrested an escapee from Kuje Correctional Center and 4 suspected kidnappers parading the suspects at the command's headquarters. Police Public Relations Officer Superintendent Gambo Isa reaffirmed commitment towards securing lives and property. Let's hear more from Awal Haliru.
As part of intensified efforts to protect lives and property, Katsina State Police Command succeeded in arresting 14 suspects alleged to have committed various crimes. Among the suspects is one escapee from Kuje Correctional Center named Kamal Lawal, who was arrested at a hideout in the Musa local government area of the state.
In the course of the investigation, some quantity of dried leaf suspected to be in there was also recovered in the possession during police search. Suspect will be handed over to Nigerian Correctional Service for further necessary action.
The command also paraded leader of a kidnapping gang, Bello Saleh, along with 3 other members of the gang. SP Gamba Isa also noted the efforts of the command in arresting suspected armed robbers who specialize in housebreaking, terrorizing people within Katsina metropolis. Items recovered include motorcycles, locally made guns, computers, and other dangerous weapons. The police public relations officer, SP Gamba Isa, assured residents of the continued commitment to secure lives and property in the state. Awal Halaru, NTA News.
Zamfara state government has disassociated itself from the recent turbaning of a notorious bandit kingpin Ado Aliru as Sarkim Fulani by the emir of Burning Yandoto in Safi local government area of the state. In this regard, the state governor, Bello Mohammed, has directed for the suspension of the emir with immediate effect, according to a statement issued by Secretary to Zamfara State Government, Kabiru Balarabi. The governor has consequently approved the constitution, a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the action of the suspended monarch. In the meantime, Alhaji Mahe Garba Marafa, who is the district head of Yandoto, is hereby assigned to take over the affairs of the emirate till further notice. Religious understanding, we hear, is fast gaining ground among Christians and Muslims in Kaduna as Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA, hosted Muslims during their Sunday devotion. Sunday Adamu reports that adherents of the two religions in Kaduna are lowering their differences to foster unity, understanding, and tolerance.
This church service is unique because it is a congregation of adherents of two major dominant religions, Islam and Christianity. It is quite unusual for both to worship in the same place, but in the spirit of unity, peace and brotherhood, the church played host to its visiting Muslim community.
We see this as a means of bridging the gap between us. We see this as an opportunity to emphasize the oneness, the common communality that we have.
The spiritual gathering provides platform for the need for adherents of the two religions to unite and form a formidable force.
People are using religion to make us fight for their selfish ends. So my advice is not only the Christians, but both Muslim and Christians should encourage this kind of services.
If we understand each other and are doing the right thing, we will be able to choose a leader who will love the country and will do everything for the country.
Leader of Muslim community described the visit to the church as historic, with far-reaching implication on the unity and peaceful coexistence.
Let's understand each other and continue to live in peace and harmony. If there is no peace, there is no development.
Interfaith prayers were offered for the nation and its leaders, as well as security challenges bedeviling the country. Adamu Sunday, NTA News.
Reports just reaching us says Oyo State House of Assembly has impeached the Deputy Governor Rauf Olaniyan. We're going to bring you details in subsequent bulletin. Let's take sports update.
The semi-final fixtures of the 2022 Africa Women's Cup of Nations are set to be decided tonight after 3 days of break. South Africa go head-to-head against Zambia at 6 p.m. before host Morocco face Nigeria at 9 p.m. in a game that will be live on NTA.
So I think we should be able to get a better performance against Morocco, even though it may not be easy, but I believe the Super Falcons should be able to do it better this time around.
Meanwhile, Cameroon beat Botswana by a long goal and Senegal beat Tunisia 4-2 on penalties after a goalless draw on Sunday in placement matches for World Cup Interconfederation Playoffs sports. Rivers United Football Club of Port Harcourt are releasing their first ever Nigeria Professional Football League title as state government looks to do more for the team ahead of continental engagement.
The Commissioner of Sports, I will tell the coaches, look, you must do everything to bring the best, not only in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, African players, bring them, mix them up, and let us go to the best and win this cup.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's Grace Nwocha finished in fourth place to exit the women's 100-meter event in the semi-final heat 1, as Ezekiel Nathaniel finished 8th to drop out of the men's 400 meters hurdles in the semi-final heat 3. But Shirley Ann Fraser Price ran 10.67 seconds to win a record 5th women's 100 meters title in a Jamaican clean sweep of medals, as Dina Asha Smith finished in 4th position. Fraser Price is the first to win 5 world titles in an individual track event. With sport updates, Clement Olorutoba, NT.
That's Panorama. Thank you very much for your time. We'll continue to urge you to support the NTA in the fight against rape and rapists. I'm Ruth Aguele. Bye.
Days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
History is evidence that writers have changed the world through their writings. Between the 15th and 19th centuries, more than 12 million Africans were enslaved and forcibly shipped across the Atlantic. Most of those who survived the horrors of transatlantic crossing reached the Caribbean, North and South America, enslaved and forced into a system of back-breaking toil and extreme violence.
culture that is unique and refreshing. This week, we visit Mauritius and have some fun in the sun as one of the world's most beautiful beaches. In entertainment, it's a collage of touchy-feely and groundbreaking moments. In fashion, we explore the Beard Gang. And in literature, it's African language and African literature. But we begin with a visit to Malawi.
The path of Africa, now known as Malawi, was settled around 10th century by migrating Bantu groups. The area was colonized in 1891 by the British and became a protectorate of the United Kingdom, known as Nigerian. In 1953, it became a protectorate within the semi-independent Federation of Rhodesia and Nigerian. The federation was dissolved in 1963. Nigerian became an independent country under Queen Elizabeth II and was renamed Malawi. 2 years later, Malawi became a republic, gaining full independence from the United Kingdom, and by 1970 had become a totalitarian one-party state. Today, Malawi has a democratic multi-party republic headed by an elected president. Malawi, formerly known as Nigerian, is a landlocked in southeastern Africa, bordered by Zambia to the northwest, Tanzania to the northeast, and Mozambique to the south, southwest, and southeast. It spans over 118,484 kilometers and has an estimated population of over 19,431,566 as of January 2021. The country has a diverse population that includes native people, Asians, and Europeans. Malawi's capital and largest city is Lilongwe. The country is nicknamed the warm earth of Africa because of the friendliness of its people. Malawi is among the world's least developed countries. The economy is heavily based in agriculture. The main agricultural products of Malawi includes tobacco, sugarcane, coffee, tea, corn, potatoes, sugar, coffee, and goats. The main destination location for exports are South Africa, Germany, Egypt, Zimbabwe, the United States, Russia, and the Netherlands. Malawi is a unitary presidential republic under the leadership of President Lazarus Chakwera. The current institution was put into place on 18 May 1995. The branches of the government consist of executive, legislative, and judicial. The country is composed of 3 regions, the North, Central, and South, which are divided into 28 districts and further into approximately 250 traditional authorities and 110 administrative ones. Several languages are spoken in the country, but English is the official language, while Chichewa is described as the unofficial national language of Malawi. Christianity is a major religion in the country with significant Muslim minority and people practicing traditional African religion. The indigenous ethnic groups of Malawi have a rich tradition of basketry and mask carving. Some of these goods are used in traditional ceremonies. Wood carving and oil painting are also popular in more urban centers, with many of the items produced being sold to tourists. One of the most distinctive features of Malawian culture is the enormous variety of traditional songs and dances that feature the drum as the major musical instrument. Among the most notable of these dances are Ingoma and Gule wa Munkulu, performed by men, and Chimtali and Biskese, performed by women. Malawi cuisine is diverse, with pea and fish being a popular feature of the country's cuisine. Lake Malawi is a source of fish for the country. Insima is a staple food made from grounded corn and typically served with side dishes of meat and vegetables. It is commonly eaten for lunch and dinner. Malawi climate is hot in the low-lying area in the south of the country and temperate in the northern islands. Between November and April, the temperature is warm with equatorial rains and thunderstorms. And from May to September, wet mist floats the island into the plate with almost no rainfall during these months. Tourism makes up to 7% of Malawi's GDP and has the potential to further diversify the country's economy, which is currently primarily agriculture-based. Some of the tourist attractions include the Longwe Wildlife Center, blessed with yellow baboons, velvet monkeys, Nile crocodile and more, Mount Mulanji, La Cavena Art Gallery, and more are some of the beautiful tourist heritage Malawi is blessed with.
Beautiful country, interesting landscape, and very, very fantastic people. Malawi is a place that we all need to visit and just relax and enjoy ourselves and enjoy the warmness of the people. Now, from Malawi, we go to the Eastern African island country of Mauritius for some, how should I put it, fun in the sun, and we enjoy ourselves.
This beautiful and exotic scenery is the district of Pampul Moses, Mauritius in Eastern Africa. It is here that Obi Chase is located. Obi Chase is a small town with a public beach on the northern coast of Mauritius. It began as a fishing village in the 19th century. As such, its name appears on the listed Geoffroy map drawn in 1807 during the French colonial rule of the island. In the contemporary era, it has evolved into a small town with a 2-kilometer long white sand beach shaded by casuarina trees, snorkeling reefs, boutique, shops, a supermarket, and other facilities along the B38 road catering for family tourism. The town retains its village style as it is less commercialized. Inland from the town at Violet is the island's largest Hindu temple, built in 1888. It is also close to a golf course, the Mauritius Aquarium, and another beach in Pointe-aux-Piments. The beach provides an ideal avenue for relaxation, walking around the beach, sea watching, boating, as well as other water sports. The tourists who visit this beautiful site will no doubt enjoy maximum comfort as they engage in beach activities of their choice. Obi Chase is also among the most famous beaches for sunset watching. Having considered the beach one of the most beautiful on the island, the World Travel Group awarded it the world's leading beach destination at the World Travel Award for 2011. Many tourist resorts and hotels are situated near the beach, such as the Obi Chase Resort and Spa, to provide the needed accommodation for all visitors and tourists alike. The airport and the town are connected by a public bus, which enable tourists and other visitors have smooth access and enjoy their stay. Take the right decision and visit to Obiches, Mauritius, and be among those who experience a visit to one of Africa's most beautiful beaches and relaxation points. You will be glad indeed.
It's romantic, it's fantastic, and it's next to the sea in Mauritius. Anyway, for me, any destination that is next to the beach, we move on to something also holidayish and also interesting. It's a time for the wonderful world of entertainment. And today in the entertainment scene, Adekunle Gold shares his sickle cell story. Ebuka's wife celebrates him on his birthday, and the younger generation will finally get to learn more about legends like Wole Soyinka in the anime Captain Blood. Entertainment is up next.
The grass is greener on the other side. That's what I thought before I took the ride. I burned my bridges, so I never look back. But if I had known the life I was searching for was looking me right in the eye, oh. If I had known the life I was searching for was already my own.
On the entertainment scene, Nigerian music star Adekunle Gold has revealed that he was born with sickle cell anemia. The singer made this known in his latest newsletter, released to fans on the 15th of July 2022. He wrote, "It feels liberating to finally be able to share this part of my life with you, to finally be able to speak my truth. When I talk about how I struggled to get to where I am today, I need you to know my struggle was real." The music star disclosed in details the trauma and pain the disease caused them as a child, and how he has learned to live with it and be strong. On a final note, he wrote, "If you're a sickler, know that the disease does not define you. Don't allow it to limit your dreams or cap your potentials. Spread your wings and dream big. Hope to see you soaring the big skies."
ọjọ́ ń lọ ọ̀sẹ̀ tó lọ pé láti ṣáde.
Adekunle Gold got famous in 2015 for his hit single Sade and has since gotten better and stronger. He's married to fellow music star Simi with a daughter Adejare, who wish AG Baby healthy days ahead. Celebrity media personality Ebuka Obi celebrated his 40th birthday, and his wife Cynthia dropped 40 reasons why she loves him, which probably consists of some of the reasons we can't get enough of him. Ebuka is known for hosting reality show Big Brother and a long list of other shows, including Men's Corner. Happy birthday to Ebuka.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, children.
Sir, please can you tell us a story?
First of all, are you done with your house?
I washed my school uniform.
That's good. Children, how about I tell you a story of my hair and monster?
Quartermark Studio, in collaboration with Olu Ajayi, has launched a teaser for The Adventures of Captain Blood, a 2D animated biopic series of Wole Soyinka. The animated series, which is an adaptation of Ajayi's 2016 comic book, centers on Soyinka as a hero with cultural values. The newly released teaser dropped on the 13th of July to mark the Nobel laureate's 88th birthday. According to Ajayi, the 2D animated biopic will celebrate the life of the iconic playwright by sharing a story with a younger audience. That's all our story on the entertainment scene.
Interesting time in the African world of entertainment, and congratulations on that biopic. It's quite interesting and fascinating. New thing to see, a 2D animation of the life and times of Wole Soyinka. I'm looking forward to that one particularly. Big up, guys, big up. Now we'll be taking a break, and when we come back, the show will continue. But remember, you can reach out to us on all our social media handles on Lens and Africa NTAI@gmail.com. Facebook, Lens on Africa, NTAI. Instagram is Lens on Africa, NTA. Then you can also send out WhatsApp messages on 090-122-10162. Remember, on WhatsApp, it's messages only. Messages only. And remember to have your name and where you're sending your messages from. We'll be back.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA World.
And welcome back. We move on. Craftsmanship, which can help them reduce the unemployment rate in the country. Olayinka Ojo has this very special report.
The World Youth Skills Day is celebrated every year on July 15 to highlight the importance of equipping young people with skills for employment and entrepreneurship. 22-year-old Eddie Michael, for 5 years, has been learning how to repair cars at this mechanic workshop. He relocated to Abuja from Enugu after he dropped out of school to acquire skills in this trade.
Since I dropped out from school, I say I cannot do business at this age, so I started learning work. My father pushed me to work. So let's say handwork is good. Handwork never lack. Because at all, you must do 1 or 2 a day.
Just like Eddie, many of the young people here dropped out of school at an early age due to poverty, and the work they do here is their only way to earn a living.
I don't have any regrets on learning this job because I'm benefiting from it. So at least I've trained many boys through this job, and I've seen too many boys through this job. Only those machineries, that's my challenges. There are new model cars that need machine to work on it. So if I get that money, I will buy some machines.
It takes between 6 and 8 years for one to learn how to properly fix a car.
But nowadays, once they bring maybe a child to learn, stay 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month, you won't see the child again. The job is too stressful. It's when you are into it before you know that this job is good.
This dismantling and coupling may seem easy, but it requires a lot of technique and concentration. Technical and vocational skills can help reduce unemployment among young people.
If we focus a lot attention on technical vocational education, the skill set we'll have in this country and in Africa for that matter will be great enough to be able to reduce unemployment.
Today, government is working on bridging the gap of skills development in the country.
There's an exchange program between the youth in Portugal and the youth in Nigeria, but also to leverage on the areas of entrepreneurship, the area of startups, the area of ICT.
Analysts are advocating more creation of incentives for young people who engage in skills development. Ede says he wants to learn more and sharpen his skills with the hope of setting up his own business someday.
Quite a timely report there. Skills are very, very essential. If our civilization is going to move forward across Africa, we need to have young men and women with remarkable skills to do different things across the board. We'll be taking a break now, and when we come back, Lens in Africa will continue. Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization. And welcome come back as well. And it is
which will as older or more mature, grooming a beard is an option. It is expected that a beard come with age. Men have recognized that it's also challenging to manage and maintain.
Anyway, that was a fantastic fashion piece there. And so if you want to keep your beard, you know what to do, you know the advantages, and you know the various styles that would fit your face. Now, moving on from fashion and all things beard to something equally interesting. Literature in Africa is actually driven by language. Languages are used by African writers to help authenticate and indigenize their work, thereby marking out African writings for the rest of the works that are produced elsewhere. African literature is up next.
African literature is indigenized to suit author's environment, language, culture, and worldview in a multilingual society by the use of proverbs, code mixing, and code switching. There is a great need for African literature through a colonial legacy to speak in African voice, and these are part of the obvious reasons that trigger African writers to search inwards for that which will help to elevate their literature and mark it out from the rest of the literature produced in all parts of the world. For African authors to be well understood, the need to understand their language, culture, and worldview becomes necessary. They are greatly influenced by the social, cultural, economic, religious, as well as political happenings in societies. These authors, therefore, have to turn the oral tradition, folk tale materials, and other social cultural elements around them to express themselves in a unique way, to speak in the typical voice of their people in such an artistic manner in which the quality of the message of their writing is not lost to the outside reader.
Real artists are meant to humanize science. So that's exactly what I did, bringing the complex science of plastic, chemistry and physics of plastics to the language of the layman. What I call taking science to the public domain. It's a simple thing to do because we communicate every day, even with our taxi drivers. How do we communicate to them? By bringing things down to language they can understand. That doesn't mean that I employed pidgin English here. Yes, I used language and brought down the complex science involved in it to idioms that the ordinary man on the street can comprehend.
It is obvious that African authors play a prominent and significant role in the social re-education, reorientation, and redirection of their societies.
I believe that there's a lot of information and stories that have not been told coming from the culture that I do, that need modern reinterpretation so that the younger people today can get a sense of where things came from, who they are, what it's supposed to mean, what it meant, and so on and so forth. If you want to call that faction, which some people call a combination of facts and fiction, you want to call it a kind of interpretive literature, where I'm trying to somehow interpret the past, the history, and make sense of it in the modern world for contemporaries. That's the kind of literature I'm interested in. And it helps me to open up what seem like mysteries.
Language is very essential to the understanding of any work of art, and it is a tool available to any writer. Authors use language in such a way that any serious-minded reader will understand their message. The success in writing could be attributed greatly to the use of language, as writers use language to draw imageries so close to the forecourt of the readers.
Languages and African literature, you really can't separate them because in the language there is something significant about our identity that is contained within. Now, let's learn one or two popular recipes from preparing couscous in our tasty segments, the Moroccan couscous. Have you ever tried it before? Let's see what's cooking.
If you don't like couscous, I am about to make you a convert. This jollof couscous is one of the best things you will ever taste. It is packed with so much flavor and cooks in such a short time. You can make it in like 15 minutes. So if you're interested, let's get cooking. These are the ingredients we will use for this recipe. I have some sweet corn. It's been taken out of the can and drained. Here I have some liver. The liver has already been boiled and chopped into smaller pieces. Tomato puree. This is going to serve as a good base for the jollof. I have green beans that has been chopped. This is a blend of tomatoes, onions, red bell peppers, scotch bonnet, and it has been boiled. I also have some chopped green and red peppers as well as some chopped scotch bonnet. We'll also be using some chopped onions, and then to finish it up, we have some spring onions. Then of course, the main ingredient, which is the couscous. I have to mention that there are different types of couscous. If you buy the type that is not nice, you will end up with a reek of soggy couscous. So get good quality couscous from your market. First thing I'm going to do is put in a pan on a cooker and then add in some vegetable oil. Then I have just added the chopped liver. I'm going to fry it just for a bit so that it has some color and so that it's not like mushy in our couscous. Now we have a bit of flavor in that pan. I'm going to add some onions and just stir fry it till it softens. Next, I'm going to add some curry powder and I'm going to add some dried thyme. This is the best time to add it so that it becomes very fragrant and so that it cooks properly. Next, I'll be adding the tomato puree and let it fry for about 2 to 4 minutes. The thing about frying the tomato puree for about 2 to 4 minutes is that it gives you a sweeter base and tastes nicer once cooked. Once the puree is cooked, I'll be adding the tomato blend and mix together properly. Next, I'll add some salt and some chicken stock powder for extra flavor. As you can see, the oil has separated from the tomato somehow, so it's cooked. I'm going to add some water. Next, I'll pour in the couscous and then turn off the heat and let it steam. You only need your couscous to soak in the stock. So stir it nicely so it is properly combined. It is worthy of note that you need to know the right proportion of water to every portion of couscous you are making. Here, I have added just a bit more of water so that I just have more liquid and this is the level. I'll now cover it, set aside for about 10 minutes. In another pan, I'll be adding some oil and some onions. We will just stir fry the vegetables that we will use to garnish this recipe. Add some pepper. Next, I'll be adding the red and green bell peppers. The green peas can also go at this point and just mix everything together. You want to cook it not till it's completely cooked because you don't want to get rid of all the beautiful colors. To season your vegetables because it makes it to taste more delicious. Otherwise, it will just be bland to taste. The last thing I'll be adding is the chopped liver that has been boiled and fried that I'm going to mix together. You can see that everything is coming together beautifully. It's been about 10 to 15 minutes and I'm just going to pour in the stir-fried vegetables into the couscous. I'm going to take my spoon and just fluff it. You can use a spoon or a fork. Mix it together. As you can see, it looks a bit like gari, but it's not. It is delicious. Mix everything together and it's cooked. You can make your couscous and eat it any time of the day, breakfast, lunch or dinner. For final garnish and to give it more color, we'll be adding the spring onions for that lovely flavor and finish. Wow, this is what the finished product looks like.
Welcome back from that very delightful taste. I mean, I always say that the only idea better than a good idea is a tasty idea. And boy, that was one tasty one. Now we move on to the artist, the lady with a ballpoint pen. You need to watch this.
I like to do my thing, then you come and sit and like it, then you buy it. My name is Jacqueline Sowari and I'm a visual artist. I started drawing at the age of 5 when I was a little girl. I was born in Zaria and I remember writing and drawing along the walls in the house. And my mom used to tell me, instead of disciplining me and telling me to stop all the way, she created the folder and told me to start putting my work in the folder. And so I began to be very excited about, looking forward to putting work in the folder, to filling up the folder with work. And that's how the love for drawing started. I went to school and I studied fine arts because that was the only thing that I knew that I really wanted to do. And when I graduated from the University of Port Harcourt and I majored in painting. But even though I trained as a painter, my first love has always been drawing. And I began to draw with the ballpoint pen. So I use your everyday pen, some people call it biro. I use your everyday pen to draw. A lot of times people are curious about using a ballpoint pen to draw. They're like, don't you make mistakes? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I make mistakes. But the thing is, I've learned with practice and with time that I can find creative ways to make my mistakes add more beauty to the work as opposed to, destroying the work. I started drawing at first with smaller sizes. The more I realized that I liked to do bigger sizes, and so I started going bigger and bigger and bigger. And now my biggest work in the studio right now is 5 feet by 10 feet. We work with the most amount of people in it. My work in general is centered around themes on identity, human identity. What is it that makes a person special? In this case, I am Nigerian, so I'm exploring the things around Nigerian identity, our traditional histories, our hairstyles, the particular ways in which we like to dress, the role the Ankara has come to play in what we know as our traditional wears nowadays. And so a lot of times, if you look at my work, you would find a heavy play on Ankara. You find hairstyles, traditional hairstyles. There's this regal thing that was about us, in the past, before the colonial masters came, how we used to carry ourselves. And I'm trying to use my work to, remind us who we used to be, remind everybody that we were once great people, we were once people who were revered around the world for our progression in culture, our progression in the arts, and our progression in life all the same. I feel like there's a lot of greatness in us that we need to look back and study and, push for more. Art has been a big blessing to me. In fact, I think there's nothing else I'd rather be doing. Art for me is a tool that we can use to change people's lives. Art is not something that is loud, is aggressive, is forceful. It's something that grows on you, gently. And I like to see the artist as someone who is like a doctor or a prophet or a priest. Someone who provides solutions to situations that are happening. I get people call me and send me messages on my Instagram or send me emails telling me how that maybe a particular topic I had touched in one of my paintings has changed the way they view people or the way they view that particular topic or the way they view life in general. And I think that that's the gift that, art is. It's like a superpower that you can use to transform people's lives.
And on that very, very arty note, we would like to thank you for hanging out with us for the last hour on Lens on Africa. From the producer, director, and the crew here, we're saying keep making Africa proud.
The National Broadcasting Commission has observed with concern the misuse of the airwaves to propagate incendiary materials by different groups in some broadcasting stations in recent times. while appreciating the need for educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on our national development. The Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect in the handling of news and current affairs programs by exhibiting the necessary professionalism. Consequently, the Commission implores broadcasters to advise guests and/or analysts on their platforms not to polarize the citizenry with divisive rhetorics in driving home their points. Ensure that every news and current affairs program conforms with the provision of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Take their social responsibility requirements seriously. Therefore, the Commission reminds broadcasters to be guided by the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, especially the underlisted sections 5.3.3b. The broadcasters shall, in using political materials for news and current affairs programs, avoid hate speech, inflammatory, derogatory, and divisive remarks or allusions. 5.4.1f. The broadcaster shall not transmit divisive material that may threaten or compromise the indivisibility and indissolubility of Nigeria as a sovereign state. 5.5.6. The broadcaster shall have a delay mechanism to guard against possible undesirable content. Please note that every broadcast station is responsible for the content it transmits and shall be held liable for any content in violation of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Be advised. Signed, Malam Balarebe Shehu Ilela, Director General, Announcer.
Africa as a continent is centered in the globe with amazing features that endear human existence. One of such countries in the side of human lives is the Republic of Seychelles. Seychelles is an island located within the Indian Ocean. The country comprises of 115 islands that lie between latitude 4 degrees and 11 degrees south and longitude 46 degrees and 56 degrees east. The island country borders Kenya to the west and Madagascar to the south. The topography of Seychelles is all about the country and what makes her unique. Its tropical zone has a daily temperature between 24 and 30 degrees Celsius. The wet season of the year in the island republic are December, January, and February, while summer months fall in June, July, and August, covering a geographical area of 150,000 square miles. Seychelles has an estimate of 98,000 populations, which is one of the smallest in the world. Its first inhabitants were 28 people comprising 15 white men, 8 Africans, and 5 Indians who arrived the island on the 27th of August 1770 on board a ship named Telemaque. Later, the area fell under British control precisely in 1811 and was granted independence by Great Britain in 1976 with Sir James Mitcham as president and Albert Rennie as prime minister. Seychelles was not without what befell most African countries immediately after independence. On June 5, 1977, James Mitcham, the president, was overthrown by Albert Rennie, who later instituted a one-party socialist system known as Seychelles People's Progressive Front, SPPF. Subsequently, Rennie's administration was challenged by an army mutiny in 1982, which was subdued with the help of Tanzanian forces. However, the mastermind of the insurrection, Gerald Ura, was later assassinated on 29 November 1985 by an unidentified gunman in his London home. Later, Rennie's one-party administration was challenged by Conrad Grizzly, a local accountant who was arrested, charged, and jailed for treason. After the first fall of the Soviet Union on 4th December 1991, President Rennie returned the island country to a multi-party system of government, and the country's constitution was amended to accommodate political parties. Immediately, 8 political parties were registered for election before the 70,763 population. Rennie's reform led to political reconciliation with the exiled James Mitcham, and both leaders in one cause led Seychelles to the drafting of a new democratic constitution that was approved through a referendum in 1993 for election. In the ensued first democratic election, Rennie defeated Mitcham. Rennie's party nonetheless lost election in 2020 after opposition party Seychelles National Party SNP defeated former SPPF incumbent president. The Republic of Seychelles is said to be one of the most visited countries in Africa, and her passport is not easily acquired. According to a 2020 report, Seychelles has the highest gross domestic profit GDP per capita in Africa, which stood out at the tune of $12.3 million. The major source of the revenue is tourism, which accounts for 16.6% of the country's GDP. Tourism industries impact greatly in employment, foreign earnings, construction, banking and commerce, and the island biodiversity draws hundreds of tourists who are mostly Europeans. One other source of revenue is fishing. In 2000, fishing accounted for fees paid by fishing trawlers in our territorial waters. Also, big corporations such as Heinz has invested in Seychelles tuna canning. Seychelles can also boast of oil and gas reserves, but unlike most African countries, the little islands contribute little in crop farming. Of the 115 islands that make up Seychelles, only 8 are occupied by the people and 90% of the population lives on the mainland of Mahé, which has the capital Victoria, and few in Praslin and Ladik Islands. Seychelles has 3 major languages: Seychellois, English, and French. About 90% speaks Seychellois, who are majorly Africans, while the remaining 10% speak other languages, as it's other religious groups.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
This is the network service of the NDA.
Telecommunications and digital economy in the last sector, its impact on the lives of Nigerians. NAPTIP takes campaign to schools. Hello and welcome. It is another edition of The Correspondence, and we have stories that will give you a worthwhile experience. I am Tessie Omiri. Thank you for joining us. Let's begin with the great strides made in the telecommunications sector. As the giant of Africa, Nigeria is now the first African country to deploy the 5th generation 5G spectrum. A network is faster, safer, and has potential for job creation. This is one among many achievements recorded by the federal government through the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy on the road to transforming the nation's digital space to improve the economy. Correspondent Chimdima Ndubisi has more in this report.
In this age of digital globalization, where information and communication technology is driving development and transforming every sector, Nigeria is leveraging on the vistas of opportunities this offers to create technological platforms and industries, thereby diversifying the economy. The federal government, in its quest to fast-track Nigeria's digital journey, launched the National Digital Economy Policy (NDEPS) 2020 to 2030, anchored on 8 pillars bordering on digital literacy, skills, infrastructure, regulation, emerging technologies, and indigenous content development. A successful auction and deployment of 5G frequency spectrum of 3.25 to 3.9 GHz has been achieved, and in no distant time, major cities will have access to 5G services.
Because of 5G deployment on this, recently a successful surgery of Parkinson was conducted. Between the surgeon and the patient, it was a distance of over 3,000 kilometers. You encourage your family, you know there is no money, we can travel virtually. From here you travel to London with augmented and virtual reality. You move to Dubai, there is smart agri. It is also useful for our security institutions.
In order to harness Nigeria's digital innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, a digital fabrication laboratory, FabLab 1.0, it is situated at the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. With centers such as these, innovators like Abdul Malik will no longer have to send their designs to China for prototype fabrication.
This Fab Lab has been a game changer. After a few weeks, right, you should expect to see a prototype in form of a lens that can be used to take the picture of the eye, which will be printed using the 3D printers.
You can fabricate anything you can think of, drawn with cameras and other intelligence equipment, mobile robotics that you can use to enhance and improve our security situation. All the furniture here, they are fabricated in this lab.
There are also plans to replicate this in innovation labs nationwide. Equally, the National Digital Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, a hub that will serve as a one-stop shop where young innovators, entrepreneurs, and startups will acquire cutting-edge technological skills, is underway. Other gains in the 1,529 in the diaspora under the NINSIM policy. The partnership between Nigerian government and tech giants is blossoming. Microsoft is increasing the number of its software developers in Nigeria to 300 and trained the trainers to 1,000. Similarly, TT Part has imparted digital skills on 6 million Nigerians. These are all in a bid to transfer digital skills. More strategies are also being adopted by the present administration to enhance citizens-centered technology governance for transparency and inclusiveness. For one, the creation of Nigeria Data Protection Regulation Bureau, approval of the Presidential Council for Digital Economy and E-Government, the Nigeria Startup Bill, and the accessibility of government services online are all steps in this direction.
Then Chimdima, I wonder how life was like, in those old days before the coming of telecommunication, looking at the numerous benefits of the digital world today. Thanks a lot. Still talking about success stories, the Nigerian railway subsector has been cruising in auto speed, bringing developments to the grassroots and meeting the needs of teeming passengers since 2015. Despite the challenges of fund, about 4 massive rail projects have been completed and more ongoing. Correspondent Oinaya Kalu Oka examines the state of the rail sector development in the last 7 years.
The rumbling of the tracks as the train whistles to a halt at one of the busiest train stations in Africa, the Mobolaji Johnson Station, located at Ibute Meta, Lagos State. The station has the capacity to accommodate hundreds of passengers at a sitting. Now a beehive of activities, hundreds of passengers, like Olueyi, say this is now their preferred mode of movement.
Since January, I've been coming to Lagos. I never come into a vehicle. I come by train because it's more convenient.
Since coming into full commercial operations in 2021, the $1.5 billion, 157-kilometer double-tracked rail line has improved the quality of mobility along the route. The rail line has 11 stations along the corridor linking Lagos, Ogun and Oyo states. It has provided a more reliable and comfortable alternative means of transportation for many who avoid the long hours spent on gridlock at the Ibadan Expressway.
When the traffic is always very serious, it's always terrible. You can spend 3-4 hours on the road. This one I have planned myself. We left Lagos 8 o'clock. I already planned at 10:30. I'm going to be here, and I got there exactly 10:30.
Passengers' patronage continued to increase at the Takbeto-Warri rail line. Abandoned for about 33 years, the 326-kilometer rail line with 12 modern stations passes through the states of Kogi, Edo and Delta, connecting the northern and southern region of the country.
With this experience, in fact, I am very happy with the government upbringing.
In 2016, Nigeria's first standard gauge rail line commenced operation. The 187-kilometer project is constantly being upgraded. Taking a ride from Abuja to Kaduna has been an interesting and relaxing way to travel. However, in 2021 and 2022, 6 months apart, the Abuja to Kaduna rail line that was already witnessing massive patronage suffered a setback. The train was bombed by bandits.
They started shooting sporadically from all angles, and they put the gun in rapid mode.
I'm sure that by the time we finish the repair of the tracks, we should be able to, we would have gotten approval for the security equipment, and we've spoken with the Nigerian Air Force, and anytime we're ready to travel, we will have to escort the train. The president has approved that we should employ people who will be working on the track for the next 6-7 months, within which we should have been able to install the equipment.
In spite of these distractions, federal government says it is determined to connect the entire country by rail. Works are ongoing at the Kano to Kaduna rail line, the Port Harcourt to Maiduguri rail line, and soon to commence at the Lagos to Calabar rail line. These projects have brought about improvement in the socio-economic conditions of Nigeria. Besides making traveling easy, it has reduced the pressure on the roads with the commencement of freight services. The rehabilitation of the rail line has created hundreds of jobs and local economy boosted along the corridor. Training and maintenance are given considerations with the ongoing construction of the wagon assembly plant at Kajola, Ogun State, and the University of Transportation in Daura, Katsina State. The coming of this administration in 2015 have seen 4 massive rail projects completed and many more projects ongoing.
And we are not done yet with the rail subsector, as Oinaya Kaluoka joins us to talk more on the issue. Hello, Oinaya. Welcome to the correspondence.
Thank you very much.
Glad to have you join us. Yeah. You have been following developments in the rail subsector for some years now. Can you share with us how is the development like so far?
Well, you said I've been following, which is quite right. I've been following development since this administration came into being. That's about 7 years ago. And to be modest, I would say the development in the rail sector has been huge. Okay. When this administration came into being, they started with the Abuja to Kaduna. The Abuja to Kaduna, although it has already gone about 80%, but they completed it. They put in a lot of technology. They brought in more coaches, and Abuja Kaduna took off with a lot of passengers. Then they went to Lagos to Ibadan. Lagos to Ibadan was awarded a long time ago for like more than 10 years. Okay. But when they came in, they re-awarded that particular project and they made it more huge and more massive. And they finished. This is a project that has taken for like about 10 years. But for the just 4 years they completed Lagos Ibadan, and that particular rail line is something entirely. The biggest station, that is the Mobolaji station, is one of the best in West Africa. That particular station can accommodate about 2,000 passengers at a sitting. And Lagos Ibadan has 11 stations, and those 11 stations are not just mere stations. These are stations of the state of the art. You know, Lagos Ibadan passes through Ogun State, Lagos, Oyo, and each of these stations that are within those corridors are massive. If you go to any of those stations, you would think that you're in a... So, in fact, the massive achievement they have in this rail sector is huge.
You've talked about so many infrastructures, state-of-the-art facilities in all of these substations. The part of this objective is to, reduce pressure on the road and, of course, to connect the entire country together. Would you say this goal is being achieved?
Seriously, it is being achieved with all sincerity, in the sense that it is not only this particular project I'm talking about. Remember, they also completed the Abuja Light Rail. Yes, the Abuja Light Rail. And right now, as I'm talking to you, work is ongoing at the Kaduna-Kano double standard gauge. And that one is another thing entirely. Don't talk about it. Then what about the Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, which is being reconstructed and rehabilitated? At the moment they are working on it. And also the coastal rail line that is from Lagos to Calabar. The contract will soon start. So connecting the entire country is something that they are sincere about it. And they are also trying to bring about this Itakpe. They want to connect it to the FCT, then to Barrow. In short, that is just the entire country. So they are really working towards connecting the entire country by rail.
This is really, really commendable, and I would say news that gladdens the heart.
It does.
All right, Oina, in a couple of months, this rail subsector suffered a huge, setback. Talking about challenges where we had issues of bandits, attacking this rail stations, and you know how it is. What measures do you think government should put in place, or government putting in place, to avoid reoccurrence of such?
Well, talking about the attack, you can see my voice have gone down.
Yes.
It's really sad when you see that government, is trying to revive a sector and they are sabotaged, so to say. Well, the attack, this is the second time. It happened in a space of like 6 months. It happened last year, October, and it happened again this year by March. And sadly, this has really brought a setback, like you rightly said. The government is doing a lot about it. I know that right now, as I'm talking to you, at the Federal Executive Council, there is a submission there for them to bring about the census. They want to put a census that can trigger any foreign body, so to say, that wants to bring an attack. Then they are also working with the Navy, the military, to make sure that there's a patrol, 24 hours patrol on air, so that anything they see that they don't understand will be tackled. And they want to also go down to the grassroots by using the indigenous people within the corridor of each of these train stations. They don't just want to do that at the Abuja Kaduna, they want to do it in all these stations because they want to prevent any reoccurrence. So a lot of measures are being put in place.
And we're hoping that this will actually put an end to
it will go a long way. It should go a long way.
For many Nigerians, the rail transport, is most reliable, most comfortable, safe, and so many accolades you can actually attribute to it.
Yes, it is.
But there's this issue of ticket racketeering.
Well, I don't know whether you have ever been on the train. Have you?
Yes. The one in the zoo.
Okay, you need to have a ride, because it is one of the most comfortable means of transportation. It is actually sweet, so to say. But the issue of ticket racketeering, we were witnessing it, especially in Abuja, because of the, high number of passengers. But right now we have a e-ticketing, electronic ticketing. Electronic ticketing has taken care of majority of that issue, although there's still a pocket of that. But with this issue of attack that happened, the ministry has also brought in another innovation whereby before you can have your ticket or before you can even board, you must have your NIN. Yes, you must have your NIN and so many other things that they brought in, which is also going to help in reducing it completely. So also in Lagos to Itakbetu, they are also trying to, within, I think in the next 2 months, there's going to be an electronic ticketing
issue.
Yes.
Okay, so that will put an end to ticket racketeering.
Although in Abuja it has been taken care of, just a pocket of it.
Okay, thank you so much, Ina, for sharing your thoughts with us
welcome.
concerning the rail mode of transport, which I know Nigerians have greeted with so many joy, and we're hoping that all these challenges will be taken care of. Like we said, it is to reduce pressure on the road, on the highway in the country, and of course connecting the entire country. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure always.
Yeah, and so far so good for the rail transportation. We see thumbs up.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And still to come on the correspondence, awareness drive on what constitutes sexual and gender-based violence. Join us again after the break.
Says that the Buhari-led administration has made remarkable progress, like Lafia Transmission Station nearing completion.
Africa does not need charity, but partnerships that will promote the adequate investment
with the cooperation of all.
Sharing firsthand the experiences of reporters on the field as they bring to you weekly the beauty of Nigeria's diverse culture and the economic potentials therein. The Correspondence, development through the eye of the grassroots, showing every Monday at 1:30 p.m. on the network service of the NTA, with a repeat broadcast on NTA News 24 and NTA International. Join us.
I'm fascinated with the discourse on national monuments and assets and how much is being done to preserve and
celebrate. Look at the language issue. We have turned English to become like a pride value in our own cultural value.
It's not cash transfer. It's not a COVID-19.
Invasion 1897 was a deliberate.
You know, many of these people coming to the urban areas now.
These and applications, there are terms and conditions.
Of course, it is the union of two people, a man and a woman coming together.
My name is Nambi Odipo.
And I'm Elizabeth Omori.
Welcome back to the correspondence. The inability of victims of sexual and gender-based violence to break the silence is a major hindrance to the eradication of the menace in Nigeria. This thinking is what the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is trying to change by engaging public schools counselors in the Federal Capital Territory. Correspondent Adebola Brookslyn Sunday reports that participants are being equipped with necessary tools in combating the violence against persons.
The prevalence of gender-based violence is alarmingly high and pervasive globally. Analysts say 1 in 3 women have experienced some form of violence in their lifetime.
Sensitization.
Sefiata Manua, a gender desk officer, told me that naming and shaming perpetrators is helping in the fight.
Prior to now, a lot of things have been hidden behind under the carpet. But now, measures have been put. There's the reporting and there is the prosecutor. And then you will be shamed for doing that. So at least these are things that nobody would like to see his faces all over for doing such a crime.
This workshop, organized by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, for public school counselors in all the councils of the Federal Capital Territory, is to empower them with the requisite knowledge needed in combating cases of rape, child abuse, trafficking in persons, and other sexual and gender-based violence in schools.
When a child comes to you to report that they are being violated, listen to them. Don't turn them away. Don't call them liars. And also know the red flags. When a child is consistently sleeping in class, why is that child sleeping in class? When a child shows up haggard, not properly dressed, or that child is hungry, the child has marks on their body, you need to ask questions.
Counselors occupy a critical position of intelligence for us, of data, of reportage, of referrals of those issues. We want to make you our advocate, our ambassador. You're going to be carrying our message amongst your friends, amongst your enemies, in your yard where you live.
The counselors were told to be more vigilant and sensitive.
We had a case of a teacher using the COVID-19 center to rape one of the students because he was in charge of the center.
The NAPTIP DG also urged Nigerians to educate themselves more on the Violence Against Persons Acts.
How many men here know that if your wife or girlfriend destroys, maybe you guys quarrel, or she catches you with somebody else, and she goes and breaks your TV or destroys your car, how many people know that it's a crime and it is punishable by 2 years? How many women know that when someone consistently calls you stupid, or says you are worthless, or says you are an idiot, how many people know that it's a crime? That is called emotional abuse. So we already have a law that protects us against all these things, that penalizes all these actions.
The training is in line with the NAPTIP's mandate of establishing trafficking and violence against persons vanguards in all secondary schools. The nationwide campaign began with 110 unity schools across the country.
Very timely Adebola awareness is the key. I'm looking forward to when the victims, of sexual and gender-based violence will begin to name and shame perpetrators of such acts. That will put an end to such menace. Thank you very much. And that concludes our correspondence this week. Let's do it again some other time. Thank you very much for watching. A reminder that the fight against rape and rapists is still on. Take action and be a star with the NTA. Bye for now.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message from the National Orientation Agency.
Computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Hello, thanks for joining us. Here's the news update at 2. I'm Ruth Aguele. The Oyo State House of Assembly has impeached the Deputy Governor Rauf Olaniyan. We'll bring you much details in subsequent bulletin. Zamfara State government has dissociated itself from the recent turbaning of a notorious bandits kingpin Ado Aliru, a Sarkin Fulani by the Emir of Birnin Yandoto in Safia local government area of the state. In this regard, the state governor, Bello Mohammed, has directed for the suspension of the emir with immediate effect. According to a statement issued by Secretary to Zamfara State Government, Kabiru Balarabi, the governor has consequently approved the constitution of a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the action of the suspended monarch. The House of Representatives has insisted that operators in the upstream sector of the Nigerian oil and gas industry must submit themselves for proper forensic audit to determine the exact amount to remit to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. This was at the end of an investigative hearing on remittance of 1% of contracts awarded to the board. On the foreign scene, there are indications that the UK's plan to send asylum seekers to Rwanda will stop risky channel crossings. In April, the UK said some people arriving on small boats from France would be sent to claim asylum in Rwanda, a policy meant to deter the journeys. But MP Diana Johnson, chair of the Home Affairs Committee, said the policy will not deter migrants. However, no migrants have yet been sent to the East African country. And Ukrainian President Zelensky has sacked security chief and prosecutor general. They were accused of violating Article 47 of the disciplinary statute of the armed forces of Ukraine. The duo were dismissed because of treason. Investigations opened by Ukraine's government against employees of law enforcement agencies, including the Prosecutor General's Office and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. Those are the highlights. Thanks for your time.
In 2018, the federal government of Nigeria banned the sales and use of codeine syrup as a painkiller drug because of its misuse and addiction by the youths. Since that action was taken, what has been the situation of drugs and substance abuse in the country? Join me on this episode as we look into the world of drugs and substance abuse. My name is Neka Michael. It is no longer news that some youth engage in drugs and substance abuse for numerous purposes, which in turn have consequences in their lives. Let's take a look at this picture on the reality of drug abuse.
Nigeria's growing youth population indicates that there is an abundance of human capital needed for development in every sphere of the nation. On the other hand, this thriving youth population has also been a burden in progress due to their involvement in other illicit activities. In 2018, the federal government of Nigeria banned the use of cough syrups containing painkiller codeine because of the misuse and addiction by the youths. With this ban, youths no longer have access to the drugs for pleasure purposes.
The essence of eradicating drug abuse is to be able to curtail, to remove and then reduce the level in which people are rushing and engaging in drugs, and at the same time to enable them live crimes. Because through drug abuse, there is increments in crime. You will hear people complaining, snatching my bag, some people being robbed, they get killed, gang-related problem.
Unfortunately, drug abuse has become a common phenomenon among the youths.
First of all, when they don't follow the right channel to have access to drugs, and when they mix up with people that have the habit of abusing the drugs itself, in that way they can learn, or they learn how to abuse it. If they don't follow the right process, probably following the doctor's prescription or nurse's prescription, or if they learn from all those touts or street boys that take other side of the drugs like hemps and the rest of them and not abuse it.
According to a World Report in 2019, about 35 million people worldwide suffer from drug use disorder, while 1 in 7 people receive treatment. The increase is due in part to the use of synthetic opioid and tramadol in West, Central and North Africa. Also, in 2017, an approximate of 125 tons of tramadol was seized globally, a figure far above the 9 tons and 10 kilograms seized in 2013 and 2010 respectively. Drugs and substance abuse has taken new methods, aggravating a much difficult problem in the society. In the past, drug and substance abuse was common with hoodlums who roamed the streets, but today it is seen among adults and children alike. Intake and consumption of these products is done in clubs, hideouts and shops around us. This also means that our kids are now susceptible to the use of these substances if not properly monitored. The consequences of drugs and substance abuse are enormous.
The consequences of drugs and substance abuse cannot be overemphasized because the evidence are before us. Something has to be done to halt the menace created by these substances. Well, the general belief is that the youths are the ones engaging in this awesome art. But how true is this assertion? In our next feature, we'll take a look at the abuse of drugs among different personalities.
Substance abuse is a global challenge that is affected by multiple psychosocial factors, and a personality trait has been a major role for its occurrence. Drug dependence involves physical, mental, and spiritual damage. According to the World Health Organization, about 270 million persons aged 15 to 65 have drug use disorder. A large number of these people have been engaged in the use of psychoactive drugs without medical supervision, thereby resulting to significant health risk. Youths are mostly the group associated with drug abuse, but it has been noted that adults also involved in drug and substance abuse, which is also on the increase. Research has shown that youths who live in the slums are known for taking cannabis and codeine because of its availability and affordability. Then youths and adults who are financially stable tend to do more of heroin, cocaine, and crystal meth, just to mention a few. Consumption of these illicit drugs and substances can affect the behavioral pattern of those who are already addicted to it. To curb it, it is advised all hands be on deck to put an end to the menace of drug abuse. Say yes to life and no to drug abuse.
It is surprising to know that drug abuse does not solely lie on the youths. Adults also engage in it. Sometimes these drugs are purchased without strict interrogation or check on the purchaser. Pharmacist Oji Freda tells us how drug abuse can be checked at the counter.
Eradicating drugs and substance abuse is a challenge and task that must be achieved. Supply and demand of some of these substances have been identified to be responsible for the rising prices of drugs in Nigeria, which is also said to be around 15 million people who abuse drugs in Nigeria. This worrisome phenomenon is threatening because of the negative effects of misusing some of these drugs. Pharmacist Frida Oji believes there is a missing link to it.
Not make use of the community pharmacy as much as they should. Community pharmacy and community pharmacists, they are here to educate you on your drug. So if you walk into a community pharmacy, you have maybe a drug on your hand you want to know something about or you're not comfortable with, it's always important that you walk in and ask for the community pharmacist. The community pharmacist will be more than enthusiastic to tell you about your drug.
Drugs are not substances that should be taken for pleasure or self-prescribed by non-medical individual. For anyone to take drugs, he or she must have visited the doctor, who in turn will prescribe the required drugs for his or her illness.
So since this COVID-19 emergence, in fact, the statistics for drug abuse has spiked. As of June 2020, according to the UN, over 35 million people are addicted to one substance or the other globally. So drug abuse on its own is an epidemic. and it's a challenge in the health sector worldwide. We're not just here to tell you how to take your drug. We're not just here to tell you take it 2-3 times daily. We can tell you how the drug works in your body, how long it will last in your body, and also we can also tell you what to expect, like the side effects of a particular drug. Sometimes some people, they are not usually very comfortable with drug addiction. They know they're addicted to this drug and they're not comfortable about it, but they don't know who to talk to. So when you go to a community pharmacy, even if you're buying something else, you can ask for the pharmacist, bring up that issue and say, see, I can't sleep unless I take this drug. I can't do this unless I take this drug. The drugs that are being sold over the counter are not these drugs, like opioids are not sold over the counter. Like cannabis, marijuana, they are not sold over the counter. Pentazocine are not sold over the counter. They are prescription drugs only sold by the pharmacist.
With this information, the question now is, how many people are aware that some of these drugs cannot be bought over the counter, but must be prescribed by a doctor and issued by a pharmacist? It means awareness should be created to inform the people on how best to use drugs in order to reduce drugs abuse in the country.
Pharmacists further urge states purchasing drugs from a community pharmacist is the only way to eradicate drug abuse in our society. What Matters returns after this break. Welcome back. With the rising cases of drug abuse among the youth, what is the NDLEA doing to curb this situation? Mr. Femi Babafemi speaks on the activities of the agency in arresting the ugly situation.
Talking of prevalence of drugs in Nigeria, that is illicit drugs, at the moment, based on the last national statistics conducted by the Bureau of Statistics, NBS, with the sponsorship and support of UNODC, this was in 2017/2018, we know that about 14.3 million Nigerians are abusing drugs. And at the moment, given the number of years after, we estimate that roughly 15 million Nigerians by now will be on drugs, that is abusing drugs. And of this figure, the drug mostly abused is what you call cannabis sativa. That is the one we call locally Indian hemp. This we have about 10.6 million Nigerians abusing, followed by tramadol, codeine, and all those other opioids. Of this huge figure, we have those within the bracket of 15 and 65 years of age. And you're talking of, those are the productive years. We have quite some of those that have been taken down, and we're still working around the clock to trace a number of these laboratories. I know as at the last count that about 17 laboratories, those illegal laboratories producing tramadol, have been taken down, have been shot, and we're still all out. After some of them also still doing this in the secret corners of their homes or some hidden places. Beyond that, we also have production of these unconventional illicit substances, which they call squishes. Just last week, we arrested an 80-year-old woman in Akure, Ondo State, the Ondo State capital, with her granddaughter. And with them, we were able to recover almost 200 kilograms of assorted drugs, talking of cocaine, heroin, rofinol, methamphetamine, tramadol, cannabis, especially the strong variants, that is Arizona and Loud. Pushes is the mixture of a number of these other drugs. You know, they mix them together. They will mix methamphetamine with tramadol, with codeine, with rofinol, then add a bit of cannabis, and then put it in a liquid which we call the black currant, which we call locally sobo. They mix all of that together. Just imagine they sell this to commercial drivers in the motor parks. These people go on the road, they waste lives, because there is no way you can take all of this in just one sip and you'll be normal. You also have production of people now abusing ordinary edibles, cookies, biscuits, and cakes, brownies. Now they mix all of that together into some of these things that you will naturally go to a supermarket or a store to buy and enjoy, confectionaries. But then beyond what you used to know, you now have some unscrupulous and criminal minded persons producing some of these things, mixing them with illicit substances to create a generation of addicts and blood money for themselves. Recently, some youths in some viral videos, even including secondary school students, smoking shisha. Don't forget that ordinarily shisha may not be harmful, but in what we are seeing, what we are following, the trend we are following at the moment, right inside that bottle, now they are now mixing cannabis and some other substances to inhale. Beyond that, again, you will be shocked to also know that even what's it called, this drink, lacasera, mixed with tom tom. Our young minds, when you see your young ones with bottles of lacasera and tom tom, bring them in quickly, because they are also using that to abuse, to create some other form of illicit substance to get high. Then some of them go out of their way to even inhale open latrine, to get fumes coming from open latrines. These are not healthy things, apart from the danger of infection and what have you. These things get into their head, get into their brain, damage their health mentally, psychologically, and over time, they can never be the same. Just in this Abuja again, this last weekend, the online drug trafficking cartel were able to bust them. About 5 members of the syndicate were able to take them out and rein them in. They are presently in custody, and these ones, a network around the city. They are located in different parts of Abuja, doing the same thing, interconnected, and creating Instagram and Twitter account through which they market this, and people will sit down in the comfort of their homes, order drugs. Is that bad? Other drugs, and it will be delivered by another courier company working with them to these individuals. But fortunately for us, we were able to get intelligence of them. We were able to follow them up using our undercover agents to bait them, and we got them. So they are in custody as I speak with you. If you look at that closely, you will discover that is at the basis of the crisis, the security challenges we're having in parts of the country, whether you talk of insurgency in the northeast, you talk of banditry in the northwest, you talk of kidnapping for ransom in north central and in other parts of the country. Now another one is coming up in the southeast, south axis. Behind all of this is the issue of drug abuse, because nobody in his right senses will wake up one day and say, I want to go and kidnap 200 children from schools. Nobody will wake up in his right senses and say, I want to go and kidnap an 80-year-old woman in her house. Nobody will wake up in his right senses and say, I want to go and be killing innocent people in their homes or on the road. No, something must have happened. And that is where we're saying that for us to be able to tackle effectively the problem of insecurity in the country, we also have to tackle the issue of drug abuse. So our message to our young ones is, no matter what the issue, no matter what the problem, the kind of pleasure you may feel, temporary pleasure you may feel after taking these things can only last for a moment. But beyond that, there are quite a lot of health challenges. They come with health challenges. They come with a lot of dangers to their life, to their future, to their families, to their homes, to their communities, and to the country as a whole. Because when they are down, there is no way they can be productive. There is no way they can go to school and study. There is no way. It will also affect their physical growth.
Unfortunately, the end of drug abuse and substance is mental disorder, which is also on the increase. How can victims of these substances be treated? Mr. Ayemufua, a clinical psychologist, will tell us. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Osas. Can you tell us how drug abuse disorder can be treated?
Yeah, treatment is a function of what the individual presents. First and foremost, there is a need for professional evaluation and assessment before we begin to talk about the treatment plan. For individuals who present with one mental illness or the other, it is important that a mental state evaluation is done by a professional at any given time to ensure the stability and the extent of damage the substance has done to the individual. Basically, there are two dimensions to managing this individual. The first dimension is the medical component in managing the individual. The second dimension, which is also medical, however, it is called psychotherapy, psychosocial support or plans for managing this individual. These services are available within our mental health facility.
Please tell us the motivating factor for drug abuse.
People are led into substance use, one, for the youth, one, peer pressure, and two, societal challenges. And sometimes it could be a case of personality. In terms of youth who are led into substance use by way of peer pressure, it simply means that at any given time, this youth finds himself among his peers. A peer who uses substance could pressurize another peer who does not use substance.
What are the signs to watch out for someone abusing drugs?
Okay, first and foremost, we'll look at the behavioral signs and symptoms of anyone who has gone into substance. The behavior of that individual evidently change in the sense that for anyone who has gone into substance use, you will discover that if the individual has not been that very stable for a very long time, you will discover that the individual becomes so unstable in the sense that his cognitive function is affected. He doesn't think straight anymore. You could also see him with poor hygiene. Dressing is not also appropriate, which is also in relation to his age. Then again, financially, you see this individual presenting with lack of money or lack of finance, because some of them, they had gone into an expensive substance abuse that takes almost all their income. So you will discover that this person will always go broke and always come around you asking for money for insignificant or petty things as the case may be.
Well, it is so pathetic that drug and substance abuse is destroying our youth and has been identified to be responsible for some of the dangerous activities in our society. While we acknowledge the efforts of the NDLEA, you and I can put a stop to it by reporting these activities to the agencies concerned. In addition, we need to watch our youths so that they will not fall victim of these evil arts. Until we come your way next week on the same station, stay safe and obey the government in all things. My name is Nneka Michael.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do.
This is the network service of the NDA.
The ability of a man is not measured by whether he has legs or he doesn't have legs, whether he has eyes or he doesn't have eyes, whether he's hearing or not. The ability of a man is measured by the things that he believes in, how he can achieve them, and how he can use it for the progress of his family and the society at large. The program is Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority. My name is Toshima Pius Ikerefe, and today we're bringing right to your doorstep the story of a young man, Tai, who is physically challenged. And against all odds, it will interest you to know that Tai has done so much for himself. Stay with us on this program. We will be back very shortly. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, the program is Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. And yes, I am seated right here in Tai's house. Wonderful man with beautiful family. Thank you, Mr. Tai, for letting us into your home. Thank you very much. Tai Ojo Joseph is a twin born into the family of Joshua and Victoria Ojo
From Ifedore Ilaramokin,
Ondo State. He was an active child when he was born, but one day polio struck, and so his journey into the world of disability started. His mother, unrelenting, took him to various doctors, both medical and traditional, with the hope that they might find solution to cure her son. After several trials without any positive result, she painfully accepted her faith. Taye recovered gradually, with a resilient spirit to conquer and not to be limited for any reason, even though he now lacked the ability to walk properly.
I'm born with a twin sister. According to my parents, I even walked before her. So we did our 1 year birthday, 2 years, 3 years birthday. So when we are preparing for our 4 years birthday, that is when this challenge starts. I can't be able to walk again. I just sleep, waking up, I can't get up again. So it was so terrible. So especially my mom, she tried all her best for me to walk again. She tried different churches, pastors, and in our side we believe on all these herbalists, something. So many of them like that, then dupa, many we say go and bring goat, go and bring cow, go and bring chicken, go and bring tortoise, like that. But as time goes on, in fact, it's not easy. It is not easy at all. Because of this challenge, I didn't start school in time. I was getting to like 15 years before I started school, because my mommy was trying so that I can walk again, but it didn't work. But I thank God, so good so far. Now I'm growing up, see myself as a disabled person. I didn't find it easy, but I later make up my mind that, well, it's not the end of the life. I have to carry on with my life. That is my own cross, that is my own challenge. I took my faith.
Taye got involved in every activity as every other child in Ilara Mokin. Taye relocated to Abuja with a determination to excel at the completion of his apprenticeship. Therefore, he started his business.
1994, my parents took me to one school, boarding school in Ondo State. They are calling it Otunreti. It's for the physically challenged, like us, people living with disability. So when I get to that school, I see different disabled, different disabilities. From there, I started keeping my own challenge one side, that no, I have to move on. And one thing again that helped me, I travel, I see people, I see disabled people. So it's giving me more courage to live my life. And I'm the kind of person that I like good thing very well. So, and I don't look down on myself. I used to make up my mind and have this confidence that I'm going to make it. I try to go to school. Even my parents, all their plan is for me to go to school, but the understanding is not there. So they decided to take me to, I should go and learn work, go and learn shoe cobbler. I learned shoe cobbler in Abuja here. That was early 2000s.
During the course of his sojourn in life, Taye developed his skills in para-powerlifting sport in 2003 at the African Games held in Nigeria. Taye discovered that with his disability, he could still engage in sporting activities and also represent his state and country at a world stage. Taye's aim as a para-powerlifter is to become a world champion and make his nation proud.
I have a friends, able people. I don't have disabled friends. I have friends. I make friends with grown-up people, mature people. So he's helped me a lot, and then loved me and took me as a brother. They don't even look me as a disabled person. They didn't see me as a disabled person. They carry me along. He's one of them that even introduced me to sports, because that guy then is a bodybuilder. He's an able person, but he's a bodybuilder. He built his body. So he's the one where I used to train. He said, used to see disabled people, they are carrying weight, that I can join them. Then I'm learning work. Because when I'm learning work, there's this bicycle, tricycle I'm using. You have 3 legs, pedal it like this. So that bicycle, it make my muscle to come out. So he said, look at me, you can do this thing. So he take me to Old Parade Ground, take me to a coach there then, Coach Fefe. I should go and register with him. And we have this grace, we disabled. They don't collect money, or you must register as a disabled person. It's free. That was 2003 when Nigeria was hosting All Africa Game. I went there, I see what disabled people are doing. I was so surprised there. I'm so excited and I'm interested. So from there, I started training with them, small like that. So it's not easy, but when I joined sport, then I used to pray one prayer that, God, I don't want to be a local champion. I want to be a world champion. That is my prayer then. I want to represent Nigeria. I love travel, even up to now. I thank God, but when I joined sport, started doing it, and my coach, they find that, you are a star, you are going to be a star, you'll be a strong person. So that is it. 2006, there is this competition in Ogun State. I represent them then. I won bronze medal. That is my first outing. Won bronze medal, represent Abuja. So like that, 2009 in Kaduna hosts the festival then. I represent Ondo State. I also won a bronze medal. Then I'm in position to win gold then, but I just lost my mom. Then it's not up to 3 months when the competition come up. Won a gold medal for River State, like that. So far so good. Life is not really easy, but I didn't look down on myself. I took my faith that I'm going to make it. It's determination. And I'm the kind of person, I believe that there is nothing I cannot do. I didn't see myself as even up to now, I don't even dream it. I didn't see myself as a disabled person. I see myself as able. I believe that what the able person can do, I can do it. Even my wife, if she's not at home, I cook for my children. I do things for myself. So I didn't look myself as a disabled person, because I've take that challenge. I've keep it aside. I don't like begging. Even I don't like disabled person begging. We used to encourage them, come and join sport. Nobody is useless. Nobody, even you don't have the two hand. We see a challenge like that. You don't have two leg. Can still find something to do to help yourself, like that. So even when I was small, when I'm going on the road, people will dash me money. Take 15 naira, take 20 naira. Don't take it. My parents will say, take it now. There is gift. They like you. I say, no, I'm not a beggar. I don't want it. So from small, I don't like somebody to be. I used to tell them, if they want to help me, they will help me. It's not giving me 10 naira, that will not help my life. I don't want it. So nobody is useless.
In 2006, the breeze of love enveloped Taye. His love story was that of love at first sight, and the wedding bells began to ring. With the consent of two lovebirds, the union was sealed and consummated. They eventually got married, and now he is a proud father of two boys, Nelson and Nicholas.
When I saw your wife, I said, child, this man, he like himself. He like himself well. And it's about believing in you, because the truth is, if you don't like yourself, who will? And if you don't believe in yourself, who will? You are the first champion of your life. You will first believe in yourself before some other person will believe in you. In 2006, you met your wife.
Yes.
Okay? So, at what point and where did this meeting happen?
In 2006, when I traveled to Port Harcourt for a competition, in our competition venue, it's just like a garden where they are hosting competition. A lot of people will come outside there selling different things. So I met this lady with her mother. Her mother is selling food. So like the food they used to prepare for us, you may not like it. So you may want to go outside to go and get food for yourself. So it's from there I met her helping her mommy. And as I see her that way, the way she is doing her character, so I have a choice. So when I see her, I'll just see that I like this person. I will like her to be my wife. So that is when play friend, exchange number after the competition, started calling. And again, God help me, I won medal from the River State. So after 6 months, they call us to come and receive our award. So when I go back to Port Harcourt, it's when I call her, invite her. So it's from there I express my feeling to her. So I leave from there. After that time, she come to Akure to come and visit me. From there like that. And God take space. So I thank God. So that is just it.
Imagine after how many years the love is still tight. It's good to marry who you love, Shao, and then who loves you. It's very important. That person will understand with you to the very end of the journey. So, madam, when your husband saw you, you saw him. Yeah. Tell us how the thing happened now. How did you sight him? How did your antenna catch him?
I don't allow pride to take over me. I'm just this type that I'm used to anybody at all. So that is it. And if I'm not that kind of person, I don't think I can marry my husband today. I see everybody as one, whether it's disabled or not. Because even we that are able today, we don't know what will happen to us tomorrow. You understand? What really even make me fall in love with him? He's so caring. In fact, I was even thinking that it's because we are just starting, he just want to get my attention then. But when we even started, my husband will wash my things. Sometimes we even tell him not to do anything. But he's this type that I like working. He wash clothes, he cook, he do anything. I say, wow. In fact, what else will a woman be looking for in a man's hand? If not this love, care, understanding. And I find all this in him. I don't look at his disability. To me, it's not a disabled man. I see him as an able person because he does anything a able person can do. You understand? And my prayer every day that God should keep him. God should make him. Actually, that has been his heart desire, that he will not marry a disabled woman. And to God be the glory. To my own greatest surprise too. Yeah, I never dream of marrying a able man. Actually, a disabled man, sorry. Actually, it was not really easy for me my parents, you know. It was not easy. My friends, like, Faith, is it you that want to, hey, you know, Rivers girls now will know what's up. So they were even surprised, like, Faith, for all this your beauty, this and that. Even some people will say, no be ordinary eye, this man is cash. But I say, Mona liver, make the juju they carry me, they go. Now love. So that's just it.
It is not easy, just like a magic, just like what she said. People used to say it when we are in Akure. People used to say that anyone that see my wife, that who is this one girl? You don't know that guy that is working with Clushy with wish here. That it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, it's not ordinary. Juju he used marry his wife. You know, different talk like that. They don't believe their eye. Even up till now, everywhere we go, they used to be surprised that how he do it. But it's just God.
I related to my mom. My mom is a Christian, and from a Christian home, she still said it that if it's a will, if it's the will of God, so be it. Because if it's our own child, God that is in this condition, they want him to marry. You understand? They want him or she to marry. So they see him as their own son too. That let the will of God be done. And that's how we started. We gave birth to our first son. Till God bless us with another one again.
Nelson describes his father as a blessing to his life and his junior one.
So how do you feel about your dad? You grew up seeing your dad like this. What do you, are you ashamed? What do you feel about your dad and your parents generally?
Thank you, ma. Like when I grew up, I saw the condition of my dad. I really felt for him. Yes, it's not an easy thing. I felt for my dad. I said, wow, see the kind of father I have. I have a lot of responsibility. I loved him. I loved him as a father. He's a very caring man. He loves we the children. He really wants us to go to school and make it in life. Yes. That's his promise. He wants us to go to school. He wants us to make it. Also, my mom, she's also very caring. She loves my dad. They play. Every time you see them, they play. I'm not really ashamed that I have a father like this. Yes, I'm really happy. I can boast it anywhere I go to. Like, this is my father, and I am happy about that. Yes. And my mom too, she's very loving. She cares for us when my dad is not around too. She does the work of both a housewife and a father together. And when my mom is not around, my father does it together. We have a very lovely family. Yeah. I love my father. I love my brother. My little brother, though, is a little bit stubborn, you will know. He's a little bit stubborn, but yes, he has that love. He has that love for the family, despite his little age. When he sees things not the way it's supposed to be, he'll be like, yes, what is happening? He loves to ask. That's the kind of brother I have. Yeah, they say blood is thicker than water. It's what we experience in this house. Every time we ask of ourselves, if our dad is not around, he calls, he asks of us, we talk to him. If our mom is not around, she calls, we see. It's just like that. No problem in this house. It's very smooth to run. We run it smooth here, and I thank God for that.
When there's misunderstanding, you reconcile since the love is there. And I thank God for one thing. Since we have got marriage, no brother, no family that have sit down like this and settle issue for us. No matter the problem we have, we settle it between ourselves. My wife is my best friend. If I'm not at home now, she will miss me so much. The house everywhere will be boring for her. So she don't do without me. I love her so much, because for her to make up her mind that I'm the one I want to settle down with is not easy.
This is against all odds.
You know, no matter how strong a man is, he can only succeed when he has the full support of a good woman. So, what are your plans for the future? Having a supportive system by your side. What are your plans for the future?
Like a sport go with age. It's not what you can do forever. Like I was number one, I'm planning to go for coaching course. Actually, it's not easy because it will cost you a lot of money. I'm trying to go for coaching course to have a coaching certificate, one. And in time of my shoe making, all my plan is to have a factory, establish this work, have boys that will be producing, because if you talk about shoemaking, the talent is there, and I have a lot of boys that they can produce any type of shoe, even boot for football. Trainers, I have them a lot in Lagos. So any type of materials, all what we just need is just the starter, the equipment. Finish. If the equipment is there, we can produce any type of shoe. Any type of shoe, if the equipment is there. So that is my dream in future. I'm planning to establish this work to have a shoe factory. So that is how I was praying to God to make it possible for me.
A person with disability is perceived as less able, less capable, and permanently dependent on others. A perception that excludes them from activities and opportunities that persons without disabilities take for granted. It is not unusual for someone with a disability to have talents, skills. If we stop looking at disability as a marker of whether or not someone is equal, it becomes everyone's responsibility to look at how to build a more just and equitable society.
I am happy that I know you both. I'm happy that, marriage can be sweet. It's been a fantastic time with Mr. Taye and family on Against All Odds. The Don himself. Yeah, a superstar who has been able to conquer the world of para sports and made himself one of the persons that can be reckoned with. Wonderful family, brilliant children. He is happy. And because he's happy, he can conquer the world to keep his family happy. We wish them so much in life. I just want to encourage you that do not get discouraged. Don't be depressed. Don't care about what the society says. The society can say whatever they want to say. But what is most important is who you are. Let's do this again. Next week, same time. My name is Toshima Pius Ikirave and the program Against All Odds.
Total is a mustard seed. Then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest.
And she already stands in front of it and asks me to take the picture. And I'm really
One of the prevalent social issues in our society.
There are certain things you take that is good for you, at the same time there's a bad side.
Yeah. What is it that you want to leave us with today?
Our reality with Sky, 10:30 a.m. every Monday, and it repeats at 12 midnight.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
As it is widely known that power is the propelling force of industrialization, apart from powering the factories, this plant will also boost the national grid. To complement the federal government agricultural revolution, the governor has constructed a cocoa processing factory, rice processing factory, and a rice seedling producing plant. A garment factory, which was commissioned by His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, in 2016. The factory is the biggest globally, seating over 500 workers at a shift. This factory partners the Central Bank of Nigeria Anchor Borrowers Project.
In terms of size, and having looked at what they also have produced in terms of what they're able to produce and the attention that's being given to the entire process, I would say that, without doubt, it can compete with any garment factory in the world.
We have over 500 here. With every turn you take here, you see an embroidery machine. I'm blown away.
In the same vein, His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, during one of his visits to the state, commissioned the rice seedling producing plant.
Conceiving project such as this, Governor Ayade has a keen eye for tomorrow.
Industrialization is laudable. An industrialized state stands to experience a high economic revival with controllably reduced crime rate.
The ones that were in the village that we have nothing doing at all, today they can boast of their own shop, their own store where they can feed their family, as the younger ones can sponsor them paying their school fee. I think we have benefited much from this government.
We can also include the customers we get our fabrics from, because to an extent too, we are also increasing their income.
With these, we foresee Cross River State liberated from purely a civil service economy.
Stakeholders meet in Abuja to validate draft national social protection policy. United Nations commend Nigeria for efficient food system model. Oil companies appear before House over default of 1% remittances. Oil jumps as soft dollar and tight supply supports, and the day's conversation is centered on tax compliance for national development. This is Business Express on the network service of the NTA, and we are reaching you from Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Musa Abubakar. Protection policy. Mupland Cock reports that a draft national social protection policy was presented to states in 2021 geared at reducing poverty for all citizens. To achieve a robust policy, this workshop in Abuja brought together focal persons in the social protection space and head of agencies at the national and sub-national levels of government to validate the draft revised national social protection policy.
Poverty in Nigeria is multidimensional, and the government has put in place different interventions such as the National Youth Investment Fund, the Empower and Government Enterprise Empowerment Program, and most recently, the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy, among others, to find solutions to the issue of poverty. However, these initiatives have had limited impact on long-term poverty reduction. The vulnerable groups who need social protection could leave them out of poverty.
This is the time for us to really think about how all the narratives, everything that's been positioned in this document or the content, this is an opportunity for us to revise and to assess. I know that Nigeria would like to think big. We can be ambitious, but we need to also keep in view that we need to be pragmatic in how we're approaching the National Social Protection Policy, and we need to be mindful of the new evidence.
The House of Representatives has insisted that operators in the upstream sector of the Nigerian oil and gas industry must submit themselves for proper forensic audit to determine the exact amount to remit to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. John Yaku reports that this was at the end of an investigative hearing on remittance of 1% of contracts awarded to the board.
9 companies appeared before the House of Representatives Committee investigating non-remittances to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board after failing twice to appear to defend allegations of defaulting. Non-auditing of accounts, absence of documents to support payments, or non-receipt of funds by the board between 2010 and 2022 are reasons advanced for the hearing.
When that demand was served on us, the license was revoked. We have been remitting the 1% NCD levy to NCDMB, and have come up with a summary of the payments.
You can only be in production to be able to pay these commitments, regulatory obligations that we are expected to do.
The finance team did not avail all the relevant documents. That is where we are. Until all the relevant documents come in, we will not be able to accept their position.
Companies that have complied were given a week by the committee to provide evidence of payments, while those who are yet to reconcile their accounts with the board were asked to do so immediately.
We're not going to take things lying, we're going to follow up, like I said earlier, and ensure that if you're not responsive to NCDM, you have no business continuing in the sector. As we help you to go, also show good faith and encourage NCDM to be able to carry out its functions and obligations.
The 1% remittance by oil companies to NCDMB is aimed at increasing local capacity and knowledge transfer within the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. In Abuja, John Yaku.
Now, in order to ensure the relevance of monetary policy and the role of monetary authorities in the new digital world, MPC members have been charged to embrace advanced level understanding of the interplay of digitalization with monetary policy objectives and targets. Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele said this at the 2022 retreat of MPC in Lagos. Abolade Salami reports.
While members of the committee noted that monetary policy has been severely challenged with a narrowed policy space, the need to rethink monetary policy in the context of imagining challenges and economic transformation led to the choice of this year's theme, Monetary Policy Implementation in a Digitally Evolving Developing Economy. The evolution of fintechs, cryptocurrencies, digital payments, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, members submitted have changed the functioning of the financial and banking sector, both globally and domestically.
A global payments report for 2021 showed that last year was the first time where payments by digital wallets exceeded payments by cash worldwide. And the data shows that only 13% of in-store payments worldwide would now be made by cash. Here in Nigeria, we're seeing even our indents to the printing of cash itself by the mint reducing over the past couple of years. So that trend is the same in Nigeria.
Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele says, while the innovation came with a lot of risk and uncertainties for the sector, there are many other benefits for positive economic transformation, particularly financial inclusion, which has been principal catalyst for inclusive growth.
Digital financial services are reputed to have created 95 million jobs opportunities and boosted GDP of emerging economies by 6%. Digital finance supports greater financial inclusion by making possible the extension of financial services to non-financial sectors and to individuals with minimal access to smart electronic devices.
Despite the global economic crisis and the double-digit inflation figures, members of the committee gave assurance to the commitment of ensuring that monetary policy supports the overall objective of sustaining and improving the standards of living of Nigerians.
Now to discussion. There has been an existing amnesty for defaulting taxpayers, which the tax authorities are now saying it's no longer business as usual as prosecution of defaulters commences. Joining me to discuss tax compliance for national development is the Executive Secretary, West African Tax Administration Forum, Babatunde Oladapo. You're welcome to Business Express.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. There has been this discussion or conversation about widening the tax net. As a tax administrator, how would you assess tax compliance in the country?
Yeah, the best way to assess tax compliance in the country is to simply look at the volume of taxes collected, and then take a look at the population of Nigerians and businesses. As at the last count when FRS went to town with the figure, I think registered taxpayers were just around 41 million in Nigeria.
41 million.
Yeah, both individuals, corporate, and that means the national and subnational tax authority. And the quantum of taxes collected when
that is before they've started the campaign on widening the tax net, or is it after?
Yeah, the figure I quoted was last year, where the executive chairman FRS was making a presentation, so it's a publicly available information. I'm sure there will have been some increases, but when you now look at the quantum of work collected, if you look at 41 million and we have businesses, so it shows. And then when you put the issue of how much does tax revenue, tax to GDP, which is still among the lowest in the world, 8%. So the simple answer to that question is tax compliance is still very low in Nigeria. It's still very low.
So you are the tax administrator.
Yeah.
You should do something about why it's low and why you should improve it.
Yeah. The tax administrator.
I mean, the efforts that we've put in place, is it not enough? Or we are not just getting the right right policies? So
okay, so for the tax administrator is not a one-man show.
Okay.
It's not. Tax administrator worked with a couple of people. You need support. Keeping in mind that for you to effectively tax, you must have good laws.
Okay.
Laws that were.
But do we have good laws to really to that effect?
To certain recently, most especially what has been done by virtue of the Finance Act. It's a brilliant, it's a brilliant innovation on the part of the Ministry of Finance. That way, the amendments are done without having to go through some legislative route that will take long drawn processes. So you can amend the tax law within a fiscal year and then the following. It shows dynamism in the part, and then you have the Ministry of Finance working closely with FRS and the Ministry of Justice and other players that you are not likely to see in the news, but they are collaborating. So what am I saying? That the tax administration might be doing things, but if you don't have a 360-degree support in terms of, one, the whole of government approach to taxation in Nigeria, it might be a difficult task. Why did I say no? Tax administrators thrive on data. Data resides in other agencies. If you're not getting the right, I'm not saying they are not getting the right, or we are not getting, I shouldn't issue a disclaimer, I'm a tax administrator. So if you're not getting the data you require as and when due, there will be a snack. If these data are not reflecting peculiar, because when the data come for taxpayer, it shows you location, it shows you their consumption pattern, it shows you the income available to be taxed. Those are the kind of, sometimes you get from the bank, sometimes you get from the register of complaint, that is the corporate affairs commission, sometimes you get from other agencies just like the court. Because for instance, when you sell a piece of land at a profit, you go to the court. And if the court does not provide that data that someone transacted a business and came and do this, that data is out of the view. So in that sense, you may not be able to recover the capital gains tax. So for tax administration, it should be a whole of government approach vis-a-vis citizen support, because there is no way you can run away from taxation. Taxation is the bedrock of development.
Of course. Then harmonization of the tax authorities, will it help tax revenue generation?
Yes, certainly it will. Let's look at the global practice. In some countries, you have unified rates and levies, but the main source of taxation with the corporate and the payroll. Yes, we have the joint tax board, but it has to go beyond the tax authority to the state government supporting the tax authority to collaborate effectively. When you look at the way it is in Nigeria, most of the taxes collected are from corporates. There are high net worth individuals in Nigeria walking away with their hands swinging. And because the National Tax Authority, so if the state do not collaborate with the center that has certain capacity to enhance their ability, then it means some taxpayers will just be walking through the loop and just making mincemeat of our effort.
And how can
technology that comes, because there is a beginning of the process.
Of course.
But technology is definitely the end thing. Tax, I could pay your taxes. That's where we to pay. I can file out my monthly VAT returns online. I can file out my payroll taxes online. It saves time, it saves costs, and it also promotes transparency. People can see the trail of what will, but we need to be cautious of the type of technology we are using. Is it the one that can suit our environment? Is it the one that we can tinker with and it gives us what we need?
Okay, utilization of the capital gains tax on profit from sale of stocks, bonds, precious metals, and real estate is seen as a gold mine yet to be tapped.
Yeah.
So how can this really improve revenue generation?
Certainly, because capital gains there is excess, the profit you are making, which is an income in your hand. And if it's not in the tax net already, if you are not, that means it's a minus. Let's say you are planning to build 100 rows, you've expected to raise social volume of revenue. So if you're not getting the money from capital gain tax in a certain transactional group, that means the development agenda by government, you won't be able to. So definitely capital gain tax is an not fully utilized area of, so it's one of the emerging areas that tax authority will need to focus more on as people dispose properties. Mind you, it's when you dispose it at a profit. If it's at a loss, nobody bothers you, but when you gain that lawfully, you should pay your tax. Definitely it's a plus.
Okay, what other ways can we use to explore alternative tax returns somehow?
Yes, like you mentioned, yes, at the beginning you were talking about broadening the tax base.
Yeah.
For instance, a tax handle like VAT, if you look at the volume of non-compliance, and that's one of the pain of the FRS. Okay. I've read about the SXI talking about people holding on because sometimes government appoints. There's two ways that VAT works. It's the one that comes on the consumption of some good directly to you. Okay. While some are appointed to withhold the VAT and remit to government. Then in that instance, you have a withholding agent withholding VAT and not remitting.
Yes.
That's income loss. And that's criminal. And that's what we see around. Sometimes you go to a hotel or some supermarket, you see VAT.
But why can't we get tough about these things?
Yeah, I think the FRS has been trying, but that's why I mentioned earlier on, it's a synergy. FRS is saddled with the responsibility of assessing, collecting, and accounting for taxes. Although within the system, you still have the compliance enforcement people in there, but actually the job of prosecuting lies with the justice system. So it means if judges are going to adjudicate on tax issue, they need to be knowledgeable. They need to be able to say, oh, this is their tax agency. Okay. Earlier in the day, I was talking with a lawyer from the Ministry of Justice. Yeah, yes, you have the tax appeal tribunal, which is also a way of promoting a win-win situation. You don't have to go to the law court. Do arbitration. It's less expensive. It doesn't consume time. Both of us will come out of there, we shake hands and say we are still friends. That's a good. But there are some recalcitrant taxpayers that you need to take to the court and send to jail for people to know that when you evade taxes, there are penalties, because it's also key for people to know that when you don't pay your taxes, you are likely to go to jail.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Babatunde Oladapo, Executive Secretary, West African Tax Administration Forum.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to share your thoughts.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Now moving on, 1 year after setting up the UN Food System Summit Coordination Hub, key players have converged on Washington, D.C. to present a report on the System Summit transformations as 2030 agenda accelerations. Hammond Germany reports Nigeria was commended as one of the few countries with complete plan on how to follow up the food system.
We are working in a coordinated fashion. The UN system through the hub and the CFS providing the space, the platform for connecting all the stakeholders to share, to learn, and to agree on global policy guidance.
All these topics have been linked and addressed, and I think it's the commitment as well of the hub and the commitment of the Office of the Secretary General to support all of you in your work and in the efforts that we do together.
It's one of the first countries that has a very concrete plan and has presented this plan to the hub on how to follow up on the food systems. And we have already received a request from Nigeria, from your capital, from your national convener, Madam, and we are looking forward to support this request.
Nigeria is equally committed to ensuring that there's a robust and steady food supply chain in the West African sub-region and beyond.
Now, a non-governmental organization, Mother of Models, is partnering the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, SMEDEN, in training and aiding women access soft loans in Nigeria. The 60-day program is aimed at developing the entrepreneurial capacities of 10 selected women who will be assisted with soft loans to set up small businesses after their training.
train them on money mistakes and how to do business and how to get a loan and pay back and how to stay strong and manage money. And then W Incubator came through to teach them on money mistakes, because it's okay to get money, or when you take a loan, the spirit of paying back or managing money is another thing. So it's based on craft.
The grand finale of the program is scheduled for August 28 in Abuja. Now, investors' wealth rises by 1.3% despite Salah break. Bossade Abel has more on the market in the week ended.
It was a brief trading week as the federal government of Nigeria declared Monday 11th and Tuesday 12th July 2022 as public holidays to commemorate the Eid Kabir celebration. However, the NGX all-share index and market capitalization appreciated by 1.27% and 1.28% to close the week at 52,215.12 basis points and 28.1 trillion naira. Meanwhile, at its turnover of 504.3 million shares worth 7.5 billion naira in 12,393 deals were traded on the floor of the exchange. All other indices finished lower, with the exception of NGX Mainboard, NGX 30, NGX Mary Growth, NGX Oil and Gas, NGX Lotus 2 indices, which appreciated, while the NGX ASM, NGX Growth, and NGX Sovereign Bond indices closed flat. The financial services industry measured by volume led the activity chart with 270.5 million shares valued at 2.9 billion naira traded in 5,730 deals. The services industry followed with 74.9 million shares worth 168.6 million naira in 954 deals. The third place was the oil and gas industry with a turnover of 42.6 million shares. Trading in the top three equities were Guaranty Trust Holding Company, Coveting Offshare Support Group, and United Bank for Africa. They jointly accounted for 164.2 million shares worth 1.8 billion naira in 1,937 deals. A total of 2,414 units of exchange-traded products (ETPs) valued at 962,254 naira were traded in 10 deals, as well as a total of 747,022 units of federal government bonds valued at 755.0 million naira were traded in 23 deals. 23 equities appreciated in price during the week, 32 equities depreciated in price, while 104 equities remained unchanged. Boss said the Able Business Express.
The market on Monday, stocks on the Nigerian equities market began the week on a positive note as the all-share index rose from 52,215.12 in the previous trading session to settle at 52,319.94 points this Monday. Market capitalization also advanced to 28.214 trillion naira, 116.28 million shares, exchange hands in 4,525 deals valued at 3.464 billion naira. Now, this is where we end Business Express. Business Express continues on Tuesday by 9:30 a.m. Thanks for watching.
Information is power. everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown the network service of the NTA.
This is the network service of the NDA.
Corruption is the disease that afflicts every facet of the Nigerian society. Join the EFCC to say no to corruption, and together we can defeat this enemy that has brought poverty and deprivation to millions of our citizens. Hello and thanks for joining us on another episode of The Eagle, a program that chronicles the activities of the EFCC. My name is Aisha Muhammad.
I am Abdurrashid Bawa. I stand against corruption. I call on every patriotic Nigerian to lend their voices in this crusade. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. Together we'll make Nigeria great.
In recognition of the vast progress that has been made and the need to continually reflect on approaches to end corruption, the African Union designated 11th July as the African Anti-Corruption Day. This year marks the 6th edition of the African Anti-Corruption Day, which was commemorated under the theme Strategies and Mechanisms for the Transparent Management of COVID-19 Funds. The day serves as a basis for all anti-corruption stakeholders to reflect and dialogue on the strategies and mechanisms taken on the transparency in management of COVID-19 funds. The EFCC and other sister agencies came together to celebrate the day on the 14th July 2022. Ojochokutami Eche was there and now reports.
President Muhammadu Buhari has called on all African leaders, civil society organizations, and anti-corruption agencies across the continent to keep the flame of anti-corruption burning in getting rid of illicit financial flows and other threats to development on the African continent. The president made the remarks in Abuja while declaring open the 6th African Union Anti-Corruption Day, which had as its theme Strategies and Mechanisms for the Transparent Management of COVID-19 Funds. The event was organized by anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria under the umbrella of the Presidential Advisory Committee Against Corruption, PACAC. According to the president, corruption is evil and all efforts at tackling it are desirable. He said he has monitored the fight against corruption in Africa and has seen both successes and setbacks, stressing that the battle must continue for the sake of the continent and its people, no matter the difficulties. The president, who stated that in Nigeria the fight against corruption has been rigorous since 2015, charged civil and public servants to be ethical and professional at all times, while urging the private sector to show more commitment in curbing corrupt practices.
Distinguished participants and fellow African leaders, corruption is an evil, and all efforts at tackling it are desirable. I have monitored the fight against corruption in Africa, and I can see both successes and setbacks. The battle must continue for the sake of the continent and its people, no matter the difficulties. In Nigeria, the fight against corruption has been vigorous since 2015. A lot has been achieved in the areas of arrest, prosecution, conviction, asset recovery, and anti-corruption laws. Structural corruption can be checked through rules-based systems.
The president also called for behavioral change in Africa towards tackling corruption to ensure that national resources serve the African population rather than a select few. Executive Chairman of EFCC Abdulrasheed Bawa, who was represented by the Secretary to the Commission, Dr. George Ekpungu, decried the setback which illicit financial flows, IFF, have caused African countries and anti-corruption agencies in their fight to restore integrity in public administration. Bawa stressed that IFF remains one of the daunting challenges faced by anti-corruption agencies in the continent and expressed EFCC's resolve to collaborate with FBI, NCA and other agencies nationally and internationally to ensure that the dream of the nation to operate in a society free of corruption is realized. The EFCC boss reiterated the Commission's strength in deploying the facilities and opportunities provided by the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022 through the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering (SCUMO) to checkmate the activities of money launderers. Bawa also advocated for investment in technology to be able to counter corruption as well as track both the utilization of COVID-19 funds and illicit financial flows.
The theme of this dialogue, which is strategies and mechanisms for the transparent management of COVID-19 funds, and it points to the need for increased transparency, accountability in the management of funds directed at enhancing post-COVID-19 economic recovery. The pandemic reduced economic activities and increased poverty, spiked inflation, exacerbated food shortages, and heightened insecurity generally. Unfortunately, opacity in the general utilization and management of funds intended to return African countries to the path of productivity are being siphoned. Emergency procurement processes necessitated by the urgency of the pandemic have been abused and exploited to benefit a few. This dialogue also interrogates mechanisms put in place to ensure the effective and efficient identification, recovery, return, and management of recovered proceeds of crime.
Professor Etanibi Alemika, who represented the PACAC chairman, stated that corruption and impunity have serious negative impacts on the political, economic, social, and cultural stability of African states. He stressed that corruption undermines accountability and transparency in the management of public funds, as well as socio-economic development of the countries on the continent. Other organizations and agencies that lent their voices on the same course are UNODC, ICPC, CCB, NAPTIP, and members of the House of Representatives, amongst others. Ojo Chukutami Eche for The Eagle.
Imagine a society where everything works. Durable road networks, stable electricity supply, portable water, well-equipped and functional healthcare facilities, quality education for all, affordable housing schemes, social security benefits, job creation, and a lot more that makes life comfortable to live. That is an ideal society. We can only achieve these if we all play our part. Say no to corruption to enjoy these benefits. Kill corruption to save Nigeria. This message is from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
The National Environmental Standard and Regulation Enforcement Agency, NASRA, has called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to offer support services to it in the areas of staff training and custodial facility for its suspects. This request was made by the Director General, Professor Aliyu Jauro, who paid a courtesy visit to the EFCC at the Commission's corporate headquarters in Jabi, Abuja. Here are details of his visit.
Jauro says that his agency is challenged in the areas of staff training in law enforcement and holding facility for its suspects and sought the EFCC's assistance in that regard. He stressed that the custodial facility challenge faced by the organization makes it difficult to detain suspects after arrest before charging them to a court of law. Jauro also sought for collaboration in the areas of staff training in organized crimes.
One of the challenges we have presently, we don't have a custodial facility. So when we arrest any suspect, for us to keep that suspect before charging him to any court of law is always a challenge. So one of the things we are thinking from EFCC is the provision of such custodial facility for us to keep such a suspect before charging him to a court of law. We also seek for collaboration in the area of staff training to do with organized crimes.
In his response, Secretary to the EFCC, George Ekpungu, reiterated the commitment of the Commission to the fight against economic and financial crimes, stressing that such feat becomes easier with partnership with relevant agencies. Ekpungu says that the EFCC is ready and willing to support and collaborate with NASRIA in areas of training in line with the mandate of the Commission.
Above all, I will brief the chairman and then come back to you.
On the issue of custodial requests, he stated that the Commission will look at the request and find ways to meet the demands of the agency.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has called on the management and students of Greenfield University to show more commitment to the fight against economic and financial crimes. This call was made in Kaduna by the Kaduna Zonal Commander of the EFCC, Harry Erin, when a delegation of the management of the university paid a visit to the command. Here are details.
Receiving members of the delegation, Erin stressed that the EFCC was committed to its preventive mandate as an effective mechanism of tackling cybercrime and enjoined the university to be involved in driving awareness against the menace among its students. He said it is imperative for the university to play a greater role in curbing corruption by inaugurating a zero-tolerance club and encourage students to drive the activities of the club. This will pave ways for an all-inclusive collaboration with the youths who are veritable stakeholders in the fight against internet fraud.
I'm glad that you were talking about cyber security and all that. This is one area that we can even collaborate with you. Your higher institutions, universities, they are also institutions where research is carried out. In this area, criminology can carry out research on what is the motivation behind these crimes? How pervasive? Where are the fault lines? Whatever the issues are, you can carry out typology studies to it.
Responding, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of the University, Simon Nwakacha, expressed delight and readiness of the institution to collaborate with the EFCC to check youth's keen interest in cybercrime. He added that as part of the methods to curb the menace of internet fraud, the university has strengthened its criminology and cybersecurity department. He also said plans are in place to organize a workshop where students and officials of the EFCC could interact and exchange ideas on the menace of financial crimes and how to combat it. Abbas Abubakar Umar reporting for the Eagle.
Ado kala okusu ado ya klika mi. Yo me ma gba ya bo mi egberi mi. Mi egberi mi gba ya bo e. Ozo be ma tupa po fa. Bubu ni po fa. Kala wo po fa egberi ke gba ya bo mi. Ane a. Owe be 10 minutes mo. Okpo fu mi egberi ke do ni. Ane a emi o ma gba ya bo mi egberi mo. Ke me se gbeli de sa. O me so pa mi. Ane aba ezo ebe mi ebie popere ane apele egburi fa o ya eme teni ebe okubo mu ko kere yi ni e.
The Ilorin Zonal Commander of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC, Michael Nzekwe, has warned hotel owners to avoid being accomplices to Yahoo boys who check into their facilities for internet fraud and money laundering activities or risk being prosecuted and jailed. Nzekwe gave the admonition while addressing a stakeholders meeting of designated non-financial institutions DNFIs at the Commission's office along Catchment Road, GRA, Ilorin.
According to Nzekwe, the Commission has observed a worrying pattern of cold complicity by hospitality entrepreneurs who appear to be hands in gloves with suspected fraudsters by housing them over long spells and making internet facilities available to them, warning hoteliers against allowing cybercriminals into their facilities. The zonal commander said that hoteliers would be contravening Section 3 of the Advanced Fee Fraud and Other Fraud-Related Offences Act if they continue to allow Yahoo boys to check into their hotels. Section 3 of the Advanced Fee Fraud and Other Related Offences Act 2006 provides for a prison term of between 5 and 15 years without option of fine for any person who permits his premises to be used for any offence under the Act.
Now, hotel owners, Section 3 of our law, talks about the use of premises. The use of premises. I will just read that to you. Section 3 of the Advanced Fee Fraud Act. It says, a person being the occupier or is concerned in the management of any premises or causes or knowingly permits the premises to be used for any purpose which constitutes an offence under this act commits an offence and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term no more than 15 years and not less than 5 years without an option of fine.
According to him, the meeting was called to sensitize stakeholders on the rising activities of fraudsters and the need to support the Commission in the fight against corruption. He said that ignorance was not an excuse under the law. While the argument in certain quarters is that the hoteliers as business people have no means of determining who a fraudster is before allowing them to lodge in their facilities, that position runs counter to the law. He urged the hoteliers to always ask their customers for means of identification and to fill their occupation as part of the check-in procedure. The zonal commander also implored them to support the EFCC with credible and actionable information, adding that such information, when received, would be treated with absolute confidentiality. The president of Hotel TV Owners Association, Kwara State, Mr. Dauda Akonde, and Chief Isaac Omogbenle Adeyemi, the immediate past chairman of the association, mentioned some of the challenges faced by hotel owners in dealing with customers. These include concealment of identity by guests, difficulty in determining a fraudster before allowing them to lodge in their facilities, and safety of whistleblowers, among others. They commended the EFCC for its professionalism and doggedness in the anti-graft war, while pledging their support for the Commission in its bid to stem the scourge of corruption in Nigeria. Earlier on Wednesday, June 15, 2022, the zonal commander had urged compliance officers of banks to be diligent in the discharge of their duties and to ensure that they play an active role in tackling money laundering and other fraudulent practices in the banking sector. He frowned at the actions of some bank officials who aid and abet money laundering activities and other economic and financial crimes, describing such acts as a sign of systemic abuse and failure on the part of such banks. According to him, there is no major fraud, especially money laundering, that is ever committed without the connivance of the bank officials, and such must be discouraged. On the issue of Know Your Customer (KYC) and Know Your Customer's Business (KYCB), Nzekwe tasked the bankers to take the requirement seriously, as it would help to keep fraudulent customers on the radar. Participants at the meeting assured the EFCC of their support by offering necessary information that could assist it in fighting corruption. Golden Onwura reporting for the Eagle.
Whoa, corruption must to decrease. It's a canker worm disease. When our people go live in peace, when all this nyama goes cease, like they look back.
See, now here they work, and I here at the chop. Sometimes then this my work, it is very, very tough, and things go just rough. But that one don't mean say I go put my hand inside bad things now. I know say if I put my mind to do this work well, I know say I go make am. I no need put my hand inside bad things. I be mechanical, I dey hustle, and I dey legit.
Ni mai sai da kifi ne, ina jajircewa akan nema, ina sana'ata na gaskiya.
I be a stylist, more legit.
I'm selling phone accessory. I dey hustle and I dey legit.
I'm a sound engineer. I dey hustle and I dey legit.
I'm a tailor. I dey hustle and I dey legit.
I'm a barber. I dey hustle and I dey legit.
I'm a painter. I dey hustle, I dey legit.
I'm a fashion designer. I dey hustle and I dey legit.
Be proud of your hustle. Be legit. Say no to cybercrime.
This message is from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
The EFCC wishes to invite the public to its virtual town hall meeting called EFCC Connect, where it engages with citizens within and outside the country. EFCC Connect is an online program designed to engender close interface and collaboration with the Nigerian public, provide answers and clarifications to issues, sensitize and educate them on the war against economic and financial crimes using the social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. This Wednesday on the EFCC Connect, the topic of discussion is Eagle Eye App, case reporting made easy. Don't be left out. Join the conversation on our Twitter space at official EFCC at 6 p.m. for this and more. Before we end the program, the EFCC want to sound this note of caution. Be careful what type of investment scheme you subscribe to. Here are some tips for you to look out for to avoid being scammed. High returns with little or no risk. Overly consistent returns. Unregistered investments. Secretive and complex strategies. Avoid investment if you don't understand them or can't get complete information about them. If there is difficulty in receiving payment or you have difficulty cashing out, be suspicious. This is because Ponzi scheme promoters sometimes try to prevent participants from cashing out by offering even higher returns for staying put. Be cautious. And that concludes our program for the day. We'll be back next week, same time, same station. Don't forget to keep a date with us. But before we go, here is a reminder that you can send an email to info@efcc.gov.ng and speak to our officers on 0809 3322 644 and follow us on all our social media platforms at official EFCC for all matters relating to economic and financial crimes. And if you see fraud happening, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye. Download the app, follow the steps, and report fraud on the go. You can also take pictures of corrupt practices and upload them. My name is Aisha Mohammed. I leave you with these parting words that says, integrity is choosing your thoughts and actions based on values rather than personal gain. Do the right thing always. From all of us here, it's goodbye. God bless Nigeria. And please be kind to one another.
Days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Yes.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
The National Broadcasting Commission has observed with concern the misuse of the airwaves to propagate incendiary materials by different groups in some broadcasting stations in recent times. While appreciating the need for educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on our national development, the Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect in the handling of news and current affairs programs by exhibiting the necessary professionalism. Consequently, the Commission implores broadcasters to advise guests and/or analysts on their platforms not to polarize the citizenry with divisive rhetorics in driving home their points. Ensure that every news and current affairs program conforms with the provision of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Take their social responsibility requirements seriously. Therefore, the Commission reminds broadcasters to be guided by the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, especially the underlisted sections 5.3.3b. The broadcasters shall, in using political materials for news and current affairs programs, avoid hate speech, inflammatory, derogatory, and divisive remarks or allusions. 5.4.1f. The broadcaster shall not transmit divisive material that may threaten or compromise the indivisibility and indissolubility of Nigeria as a sovereign state. 5.5.6. The broadcaster shall have a delay mechanism to guard against possible undesirable content. Please note that every broadcast station is responsible for the content it transmits and shall be held liable for any content in violation of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Be advised. Signed, Malam Balarebe Shehu Ilela, Director General, Announcer.
History is evidence that writers have changed the world through their writings. Between the 15th and 19th centuries, more than 12 million Africans were enslaved and forcibly shipped across the Atlantic. Most of those who survived the horrors of transatlantic crossing reached the Caribbean, North and South America, enslaved and forced into a system of back-breaking toil and extreme violence. They resisted their captivity through open revolts and recreating the culture of Africa as well as adopting and adapting new cultural forms. A small number of remarkable men and women, among whom are Olaudah Equiano, the most famous among them, published autobiographies and other literary works. Ignatius Sancho also was deeply involved in cultural circles of this time, and his letters, then a popular literary form, were published shortly after his death. He was seen as a conservative figure, but he was opposed to slave trade, which he called unchristian and most diabolic usage of my brothers, the Negroes. Phyllis Wheatley, equally among these pen warriors, in some of her poems, celebrates Africa in a way very unusual for the time they were in. Her words, "And pleasing Gambia on my soul returns, with native grace in spring's luxuriant rain, smiles the gay maid, and Eden blooms again." The literary writing of those who had experienced enslavement at first hand continued to play a crucial part in raising public awareness and stripping bare the slave system in all its brutal details. Pen has the power to break demographic barriers. A piece of literature can be written in one country but read around the world. Writers fight against various social ills through their teachings and knowledge, thereby bringing changes in the society.
You'll find out that writers have often used the pen as swords to sanitize the society, because that is what we're all about, really. We don't need necessarily to go out using guns or protesting. We have a subtle way of allowing the pen to speak. We have a subtle way of allowing the pen to sanitize the public and the political space, really. So writers have always been at the forefront of the struggle.
Literary writings has the power to create or destroy. Hence, writers should be mindful of the power of the pen and write accordingly. No writer should show his personal gratitude through writing. Writing creates peace during wars and creates war during peace, as the pen is mightier than the sword. African writers, no doubt, over the years, have achieved a lot for the continent in their
Hello, thanks for joining us on Nationwide. I'm Ruth Aguele. Welcome. Oyo State House of Assembly has removed the Deputy Governor of the state, Rauf Olaniyan, from office, having found him culpable of allegations of gross misconduct leveled against him. Oyeyinka Omole has details of the emergency sitting of the House.
At the emergency sitting of the 25 lawmakers, including the Speaker, out of the 32 members of the House, the report of the 7-man panel set up by the Chief Judge of the state was read by the Majority Leader, having concluded their investigation on the alleged gross misconduct against Deputy Governor Rauf Olaniyan. The panel, in its report, recommended that Rauf Olaniyan was culpable and found guilty of the allegations based on the evidences from a contractor who allegedly paid some amount of money from a contract sum approved to him by the state government, and evidences of refusal of the deputy governor to attend official engagement assigned to him by the state governor. The panel also confirmed that the deputy governor neither appeared before the panel nor sent any representative. The House adopted the report of the panel and moved for the removal of the deputy governor.
The deputy governor of the state, His Excellency General, may have stand from the office with effect from today, Monday, 18 July 2022. Those in favor that the House to adopt the recommendation in this report say aye. Those against say nay.
The House therefore approved Adebayo Lawal, the running mate of the governor for 2023 election, as the substantive deputy governor after considering a correspondence from the executive to fill the vacant position in Ibadan. Oyeyinka Omole, NTA News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission has been asked to review the positioning of voting cubicles and polling units in order to protect the secrecy of the ballot and prevent the reoccurrence of vote trading. Guest on NTA's Good Morning Nigeria, while reviewing the just concluded Osun governorship election, noted that politicians are deploying fresh strategies on vote trading. Lydia Sampson reports.
The Osun governorship election, another off-cycle poll, has been done and dusted. Election observers applaud the significant improvement in vote center, which is now a game changer. Now, while the incidence of violence has come down drastically, that of vote trading has gone up rather discreetly.
The positioning of the ballot of the voting cubicle can reduce the secrecy of the ballot. It's okay for you to place it differently. In a number of the polling units that we visited and that the observers reported, you can see that the ballot, the cubicle is placed in a way that does not allow secrecy at all. People are looking over their shoulders. Even the way it's placed close to the INEC ad hoc staff, you will find out that they can't even see what they're doing.
About the issue of about arresting and prosecuting, of course, the entire public heard that when we were in Ekiti, some persons were arrested with money. We've not heard from the police what's happened, but truly, not only INEC, but even the media, the civil society organizations should follow up to know what happened, because there must be some form of deterrent. Some people must be used as scapegoat, as you said. If people know that some people went to jail because of this, next time they will be a little bit careful.
INEC is therefore requested to do a thorough postmortem with a view to enhancing the credibility of elections going forward.
There's no controversy today about the use of technology in administering election in Nigeria. I think this is good to note, and there's a way in which it signals what is likely to happen in with future elections. I mean, with public confidence high, with the enthusiasm and the turnout, I think we can look forward to a successful 2023.
It is expected that the successes of the off-season polls will be brought to bear on the 2023 general elections. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
A multi-agency detection program on countering terrorism travel designed to respond to threats of terrorism and criminal activities across different borders has been initiated by the United Nations Office on Counter-Terrorism. Aviation correspondent Emmanuel Ayimiro reports that the collaboration is to prevent criminals from evading detection by law enforcement agents.
2 years ago, the UN Office on Counter-Terrorism estimated that over 40,000 foreign terrorist fighters from more than 110 countries may have crossed different borders to join terrorist groups in some countries. Since then, a counter-terrorism travel program to assist nations in building their capacity to detect criminals by collecting and using advanced passenger information and passenger name record data have been launched. The whole idea is to improve the use of international databases to checkmate terrorist activities across the globe.
We're concentrating on the airline industry, but we could also envision providing the support for the maritime industry as well, because we need to respond to the threat of broken travel, where terrorists and serious criminals will use different types of modes of transport.
Leading the collaboration is the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, responsible for regulating air travels in Nigeria.
So it not only improves security, it helps with facilitation. And also for us in aviation air transport, it gives us data.
There's a package we call suspect index. Suspect is a watch list, and through that database, our system is able to synchronize and give us alert that this is person of interest.
The counter-terrorism travel program is expected to extend to other modes of international travels, including marine and rail. Emmanuel Ayemiro, NTA News.
A summit on curbing money laundering and terrorism financing in the West African sub-region is underway in Abuja. Participants will be reviewing recent efforts of various governments and exchange ideas on ways to evolve further collaborations to check illicit flow. Dele Atumbi reports.
Pain of development on the African continent is believed to have been attributed to money laundering by some politically exposed persons, thereby denying the region the needed infrastructural facilities. This has equally led to terrorism financing at the expense of the peace of the continent, jeopardizing its security and the people. To check the development, efforts have been put in place both in the past and now to rid the continent of money laundering and terrorism financing. The convergence of these experts is part of the efforts to curb the trend.
The primary objective of this summit, therefore, is to promote awareness on emerging money laundering and terrorism financing risk, and to provide a platform for delegates to share experiences and foster cooperation and collaboration towards effective implementation of AMSFT preventive measures.
The trio of money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing have the potential to pose serious challenges to financial institutions' sound management and can even threaten their very survival. Therefore, as a supervisor, they matter to the central bank.
The summit expresses concern that 3 out of the top 10 countries in the 2022 Global Terrorism Index are from the West African sub-region.
Share experiences of best practices and establish a platform for effective coordination, cooperation, and engagement of competent authorities on how to effectively fight against money laundering and terrorism financing.
The impact of the expansion of the membership of the Lakeshard platform to 11 is also being assessed. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
A look at the legislature. The House of Representatives has insisted that operators in the upstream sector of the Nigerian oil and gas industry must submit themselves for proper forensic audit to determine the exact amount to remit to the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. This was at the end of an investigative hearing on remittance of 1% of contracts awarded to the board. John Yako reports.
9 companies appeared before the House of Representatives Committee investigating non-remittances to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board after failing twice to appear to defend allegations of defaulting. Non-auditing of accounts, absence of documents to support payments, or non-receipt of funds by the board between 2010 and 2022 are reasons advanced for the hearing.
When that demand was served on us, the license was revoked. We have been remitting the 1% NCD levy to NCDMD, and have come up with a summary of the payment.
You can only be in production to be able to pay these commitments, regulatory obligations that we are expected to do.
The finance team did not avail all the relevant documents. That is where we are. Until all the relevant documents come in, we will not be able to accept their position.
Companies that have complied were given a week by the committee to provide evidence of payments, while those who are yet to reconcile their accounts with the board were asked to do so immediately.
We're not going to take things lying, we're going to follow up, like I said earlier, and ensure that if you're not responsive to NCDM, you have no business continuing in the sector. As we help you to grow, also show no faith and encourage NCDM to be able to carry out its functions and obligations.
The 1% remittance by oil companies to NCDMB is aimed at increasing local capacity and knowledge transfer within the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. In Abuja, John Yaku, NTA News.
The head of the civil service of the Federation for Lashade, Yamieson, has tasked ministries, departments and agencies to effectively implement the new standard operative procedure document approved by the Federal Executive Council. Consequently, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture has put up implementation process of the documents. Musa Aliyu reports.
About 70% of activities of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture is field-oriented. The remaining 30% are office-based. The idea of the standard operating procedure is for ministries, departments and agencies is computerization of most of their activities.
This policy is to advance us towards full digitalization. The era of paperwork is gradually being phased out.
And here are documents from the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation to the Minister of Agriculture that will serve as a guide.
I therefore urge all the respective directors, heads of departments, and their champions who are the owners of this document to ensure that the full operationalization of the developed SOPs align with the ministry's mandate and vision.
Implementation of SOPs will professionally boost the ministry's outputs and encourage all staff to give their best.
The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry said training and implementation of the SOP will run concurrently. Musa Aliyu, NTA News.
On the judiciary, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Yakubu Chinoko Mekyo, has emerged the president-elect of the Nigerian Bar Association. Mekyo emerged winner as NBA president-elect, having polled 22,342 votes to defeat two other contenders, Joe Kyari Gadzama, SAN, and Jonathan Tadi, a former general secretary of the NBA. Additional Adigbite was elected General Secretary with a total of 18,536 votes, representing 56.2% of votes cast for the office. With this victory, Mekyo SAN becomes the 31st president of the NBA. He's expected to take over from Olumide Akpata in August 2022. Recent events on insecurity in the country has brought the consciousness of the relevance of protecting court records and its premises from intruders. The acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, is tasking court registrars to ensure no court data is breached. Olabode Arewa reports. Okay, we don't have that report ready for you. Bring it during the course of the bulletin. Concerns have been raised on the prolonged ASU strike, which is believed to be, reducing educational system in Nigeria. Abdulmalik Hassan reports that this is part of the expected prospect at a retreat of vice chancellors of Nigerian universities. Let's see that.
A clarion call answered. These vice-chancellors of various Nigerian universities meet with their supervisory body on how best to improve learning in Nigerian universities. But before a technical session with prospects, a moment was dedicated to reflect on the prolonged closure of schools.
As vice-chancellors, we have a deeper understanding of the negative consequences of the prolonged closure of our institutions. Our retreat this week must therefore identify and support ongoing efforts by government, particularly the Minister of Education, to end the strike. We must help and join the effort to end the strike and devise credible measures of restoring lasting stability to our campuses.
More of an introduction of what to be expected But for the Minister of State for Education, there is much to be done.
It is crucial to build resilient and stable systems that function at optimal capacity. As part of this all-important retreat, it is imperative that we continually reshape our understanding of what is right or wrong in administration, as well as the consequences of falling short of expectations.
The Vice Chancellors shared a moment and moved into the technical session, and are expected to come out with recommendations that hopefully will reshape the education system. Abdulmalik Hassan, NTA News.
The National Population Commission says the circulation NPC recruitment 2022/2023 invited Nigerians to apply for employment for the trial census and the 2023 census portal on social media platforms is a scam. A statement by the Director of Public Affairs, Dr. Isiaka Yahaya, says the information NPC recruitment 2022 to 2023 is totally false as well as misleading and should be treated as a scam by fraudsters to swindle unsuspecting members of the public, particularly job applicants. The Commission dissociates itself from the portal and reiterates that its recruitment portal for the ongoing trial census is no longer active and was shut down the moment the Commission concluded its recruitment process for the exercise. The Commission wishes to assure Nigerians of its commitment to be transparent in the conduct of all its activities. Onitsha River Port is to commence full operations, we hear, with the official handing over of the port by the federal government to the concessionaires in Abuja. Uina Kalwoka reports.
The Onitsha River Port was built in 1983, and since then it has been lying fallow and unutilized. Efforts to revive the port by the federal government led to its concessioning. Handing over the facility to the concessionaires, the Managing Director, National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, George Mogalu, said the concession is for about 30 years, and the deal will see the federal government earning about 4 billion naira at the first instance and another 23 billion naira over the 30 years concession period. He noted that the impact on the economy will be huge.
5 million containers arrive in Lagos for Southeast, for example. It translates to 10 million trailers being on our road. 5 million bringing it, 5 million taking the containers back. So if we can now move it by water, we have reduced that pressure from the road. We have saved our infrastructure. So there's quite a lot of advantages in getting that Onitsha functioning optimally.
The MD disclosed that the Ogota, Lokoja and Baru river ports are next to be concessioned. In another development, Bangladesh is to collaborate with NIWA in agricultural production along the waterways. The agreement was made when the High Commissioner of Bangladesh to Nigeria visited NIWA's MD in Abuja.
This is going to impact the economy by 1.3 to 2%. And it is going to reduce the poverty by 0.8% per year, according to an assessment.
The area of mutual interest between both countries include dredging and cultivation of agricultural products along the various river basins across the country. Oyinaya Kaluoka, NTA News.
All right, we're heading to Port Harcourt now to join Doris for the next set of reports.
And welcome to Port Harcourt. To foster education, promote culture and dissemination of information to all strata of the society, Professor Cyril Nwana Memorial Library of National Museums has been established in Port Harcourt. The Nakume Ulolo reports that the inauguration of the library was performed by the Director General National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Professor Abba Isa Tijani.
National Museum is a special institution which is concerned with the preservation of cultural heritage of a country in form of objects for research and study as well as enjoyment. For the smooth running of its professional and administrative work, the establishment of the library is to complement the museum in its drive to achieve its purpose of imparting knowledge. Inaugurating the library, Director General, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Professor Abba Issa Tijani, noted that the library will function as a research and learning center.
Museums and libraries are public institutions, and therefore they are places where members of the public go and enjoy and educate themselves and get knowledge.
It opens doors for more people, both students, academicians, anyone who wants to study.
The donor of the library, Professor Cyril Nwana, said the idea behind the donation is for the advancement of humanitarian services.
Recently, when my husband goes to excavation or goes to museums, he carries me along. And as we go, things are even explained to me. And he was so much interested in museum studies.
In attendance were dignitaries from the academia, including the Zonal Director, NTA Port Harcourt Network Center, Bosede Adibayo. In Port Harcourt, Danukme Ulolo, NTA News.
To ensure improved yields and food sufficiency in the state and country, the Cross River State government has kick-started the training of over 2,000 farmers in Abuja and Yala local government areas of modern techniques of farming and agricultural practices. Paul Abel reports.
With the IAD administration focus on agro-industrialization, the Cross River State government is putting all measures in place through intensive training and distribution of farming inputs to create job opportunities, increase food production, and alleviate poverty for a better society.
Today, no matter how much you produce, or no matter how much poultry you also grow, you produce, there are factories that will take them out.
I commend all of you, and I pray that God Almighty will make us, in this farming season to apply whatever we are given judiciously.
Like Excellency, the government of Cross River State, has identified Abuja and Yala specifically to commend the process of training to build their competencies and capacity in order to increase their yield.
Benefiting farmers and other stakeholders are sure of their contributions towards fulfilling the plans of the state government.
2 bags of yams, everything will go fine. At least this fertilizer will help everybody. And we're giving this program to reach out to farmers.
This can only be achievable because of your love and support for the grassroots.
Out of the targeted 18,000 farmers to be trained this 2022 farming season, the government has trained 8,000 farmers with inputs to ensure food security in the state. In Calabar, Paul Abel, NTA News.
And that's our bit from Port Harcourt. Nationwide continues after the break.
The National Broadcasting Commission has observed with concern the misuse of the airwaves to propagate incendiary materials by different groups in some broadcasting stations in recent times. While appreciating the need for educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on our national development, the Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect in the handling of news and current affairs programs by exhibiting the necessary professionalism. Consequently, the Commission implores broadcasters to advise guests and/or analysts on their platforms not to polarize the citizenry with divisive rhetorics in driving home their points. Ensure that every news and current affairs program conforms with the provision of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Take their social responsibility requirements seriously. Therefore, the Commission reminds broadcasters to be guided by the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, especially the underlisted sections 5.3.3b. The broadcasters shall, in using political materials for news and current affairs programs, avoid hate speech, inflammatory, derogatory, and divisive remarks or allusions. 5.4.1f. The broadcaster shall not transmit divisive material that may threaten or compromise the indivisibility and indissolubility of Nigeria as a sovereign state. 5.5.6. The broadcaster shall have a delay mechanism to guard against possible undesirable content. Please note that every broadcast station is responsible for the content it transmits and shall be held liable for any content in violation of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Be advised. Signed, Malam Balarebe Shehu Ilela, Director General, Announcer.
As the world advances, Glorious Vision University Ogwa, Edo State is poised to deliver world-class education rooted in strong academic traditions. In the colleges of law, basic and applied sciences, humanities, management and social sciences, Glorious Vision University is building the next generation of leaders. Hurry now for 2022-2023 undergraduate and postgraduate admissions into any of our NUC fully accredited programs. Secure admission today in one of the fastest growing private universities in Africa. Also note that the university runs diploma, GPED, part-time and tuition-free programs in all colleges. For more information, visit www.sau.edu.ng or call 0705 079 1226. Glorious Vision University to nurture for discipline and excellence.
Have your PVC ready. Conduct yourselves orderly. Join the queue. Cast your vote secretly. Thumbprint correctly. Do not waste your vote. Do not sell your vote. Secure your future. If you sell your vote, you have sold good roads, electricity, water, education, good health care, etc. Be part of nation building. Cast your vote for honest candidates. Shun electoral violence. You could lose your life for nothing, for nothing, for nothing. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Welcome back. Let's take you back to the report we called earlier on the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, tasking court registrars to ensure no court data is breached by protecting court records and its premises. Olabode Arewa reports.
History has recorded several invasions of public facilities, either by hoodlums or some social media practitioners with negative intentions to undermine the judiciary. Efforts are taking proactive measures against such acts, informed this workshop for heads of judicial commissions, chief registrars, and court directors in Abuja. Some participants, including former magistrates like Erlin Damboyi and Pekum Jetei, are confident that their administrative skills will be enhanced.
Being elevated to the position of administration is a new thing that you need to be guided, you need to be taught on the nitty-gritty of administrative work.
You know, there is need for us to know a lot about court management. Without knowing what we are expected to do as management of the High Court or the judiciary, then we may be running the judiciary in error.
Going back memory lane, Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, says current trends in court administration require a combination of efficiency, prudent management of resources, and knowledge in redirecting the perception of court registrars to embrace artificial intelligence, the new paradigm.
Let me encourage you to imbibe core administrative values, practices, and procedures such as risk management, internal control measures, and courtroom safety.
The National Judicial Institute is fronting this cause as part of its efforts in reforming the judiciary. In Abuja, Olabode Arewa, NTA News.
The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, has enjoined the independent monitors of the National Social Investment Program to discharge their duties effectively in order to enable the federal government to fully realize its objective of reducing poverty in the country. The minister gave the advice at the training and onboarding workshop of Stream 2 independent monitors for the program in Abia State. Kinsley Ononiwo reports.
Training and onboarding exercise by the officials of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development is aimed at equipping the independent monitors of the National Social Investment Program in Abia State with the needed knowledge to effectively discharge their assigned duties. The minister, represented by her special assistant on monitoring and evaluation, Chinenye Nwabugu, noted that the independent monitors are one of the most important components of the National Social Investment Program, adding that the ministry lays special emphasis on ensuring its programs are closely monitored. She therefore urged the trainees to do their jobs in accordance with the laid-down rules and regulations.
We should note that no intimidation of beneficiary by the independent monitors will be accepted by the ministry. Any independent monitor found intimidating or harassing a beneficiary is taken out of the program immediately. We inform that we have officials of EFCC and TSS working with us on this program, and those found want to be handed over to the relevant authorities.
High point of the event was the distribution of engagement letters and working tools to the trainees. The independent monitors are expected to be monitoring the implementations of national social investment programs, such as the National Homegrown School Feeding Program, conditional cash transfer, among others, in their communities, schools, households, and the market clusters, with the focus of ensuring that the primary objectives of the programs are achieved. In Omahia, Kingsley Onaniwu, NTA News.
A 27-year-old suspected drug queen has been arrested at the Lagos airport for planting cannabis sativa concealed in fetish bowls on 2 Oman-bound male passengers. The suspects are believed to be traveling to Oman Middle East before they were intercepted by NDLEA operatives at the airport. Meanwhile, operations conducted in Nasarawa, Kaduna and Adamawa states see to the seizure of 91 jumbo bags of cannabis weighing 1,029.5 kg and quantum of pharmaceutical opiates, as well as arrest of 8 suspects. All right, we're heading to Sokoto now to join Nana for the next set of reports. Nana?
Well, thank you, everyone, and good evening. Thank you for joining us in Sokoto. Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol said that the aim of the ongoing major rehabilitation at the Sokoto Central Market is to make it the best in West Africa. He made the remarks while receiving the report of the Financial Assistance Distribution Committee for the victims of the 2021 fire disaster at the Sokoto Central Market. Dalhatu Abdullahi has the report.
Submitting the report to Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol at the Government House, Sokoto, the committee chairman, Alhaji Namadin Abdurrahman, said out of the 4,024 verified victims, 3,863 have received their checks of assistance amounting to over 986 million naira. He stated that 159 victims have not come forward to collect their checks amounting to 12 million naira.
We have in the process of many other issues underway, and the market operates and the site make some recommendations. It's a hope that the government will pass some recommendations.
Receiving the report, Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol said Sokoto Investment Company will be saddled with the responsibility to run the market according to the global best practices in business.
It's not easy. We appeal to the traders to cooperate and support the government towards achieving this objective. We know that they are finding things difficult even now as construction is going on. It's a temporary setback and ultimately it's for their own good.
The fire incident occurred on the 19th of January 2021, and the state government subsequently established the committee for the distribution of financial assistance to the victims after their verification, headed by Alhaji Namadina Abdurrahman. In Sokoto, Dalhatu Abdullahi, NTA News.
Maria Aminu Waziri Tambol has expressed support for Otorhinolaryngological Society of Nigeria to hold its 29th annual general meeting and 30th scientific conference in the state. She gave the assurance while receiving a courtesy visit from the leader of the society in Sokoto State. Sheikh Muhammad Detti reports.
The Otorhinolaryngological Society of Nigeria is a society of ENT surgeons in the country. The society is making preparations to host ENT surgeons from across the globe by November this year. Chairman, Local Organizing Committee of the International Conference, told wife of the Sokoto State Governor, Maria Aminu Waziri Tambol, that they decided to seek for her support and partnership and recognition of her role in the fight against gender-based violence and various health programs. He said the international conference will benefit Nigerians as there will be free surgical treatment.
And one of the things we want to do is to begin to do some programs for care of the deaf, surgical interventions like cochlear implants. We also want to treat people with cancers. We want to treat people with a lot of catars in different forms. And the benefit will be that people who have been indigent, who didn't have money, will have opportunity to have first-class expert care at no cost.
Wife of Sokoto State Governor Maria Aminu Waziri Tambol expressed happiness with the commitment of the society to host the international conference in the state. He described the forthcoming international conference by World ENT Surgeons to be hosted in Sokoto by the society as commendable. She assured of support to the society at all times. In Sokoto, Show Muhammad Datti, NTA News.
Well, that's it for us here in Sokoto. We'll go back to Nationwide in Abuja after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Hoping that their educational deprivation is not the end of the world.
Agencies and stakeholders to proactively tackle these challenges.
Women in most countries of the world constitute about 50% of registered voters. Williams, reporting for Dateline 360.
In Jos, Caleb Gochin, Deadline 360.
Naja Atiti.
Deadline 360. Chidi Okrafo.
For Deadline 360.
In Lagos, Michael Olaleye.
Reporting for Deadline 360. I am Omosola Omojola. Thanks for tuning in.
Motlalo, Nigeria are the 9th champions in this competition.
The 12th edition of the Africa Women's Cup of Nations is here with 12 teams including reigning champions and 9-time winners, Super Falcons of Nigeria, all in contention from July 2 to 23 in Rabat, Morocco. You can catch all the actions live on the NTA Network Service and NTA Sports 24, channel 270 on Star Times, 434 on StarSat and 731 on Free TV. Come, join us to promote another championship run by the Super Falcons. For your advert placement, please call Hawa on 0803 312 1022. Africa Women's Cup of Nations, Rabat 2022. Game on!
Welcome back. In a bid to support the ongoing trial census in Enugu State, some individuals have donated motorcycles to the Federal Commissioner, National Population Commission, Ejike Eze, to assist the enumerators posted to Enugu West Senatorial Zone of the state reach the nooks and crannies of the state during the trial census. The presentation was made at the Advocacy and Sensitization Program of the Commission organized for the people from the area. Okechukwu Agubama reports.
Presenting the motorcycles to the Federal Commissioner by the leader of the area, Philip Oko, reassures the Commissioner that the enumerators will be secured throughout their stay within the senatorial zone. The Federal Commissioner, National Population Commission, Ejike Eze, expressed satisfaction with the level of support given to the Commission and enumerators. He added that the federal government has assured Nigerians that the trial census will be scientific and digital-based.
We are doing online registration. We are testing all kinds of technologies. So we want to experience, we want to get the results. How will this thing look like? Because we don't want to disappoint the nation.
The Federal Commissioner commended the stakeholders from Enugu West for the kind gesture. In Enugu, Okechukwu Agubama, NTA News.
All right, let's join Michael in Lagos for the next set of reports. Michael.
Thank you, Ruth. Following signs of weakness shown by some of the expansion joints on Long Bridge section of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, there are concerns that the project may not stand the test of time. Adeni Taiwo visited the bridge and brought back a situation report.
4.4 kilometers long, the Long Bridge section of the Lagos-Ibadan Highway has a total of 82 expansion joints inbound and outbound Lagos. A key assembly point in bridge construction, expansion joint is central both to the durability of the bridge and safety of road users.
There are movements in the bridge, principally due to differences in temperature and some other factors. So expansion joints are there to take care of those movements, and then because of the contraction and expansion of some members.
Pleasant sound, a muffled report coming when the smooth surface of tires bump into steel in barely concealed openings on part of the expansion joint. This sign of weakness on some of these joints has caused a lot of concern among motorists plying the axis.
They should try as much as possible to fix that, because it's as if the Long Bridge has been neglected, maybe because they believe it's kind of still okay.
If the expansion joint is faulty, then the bridge itself, the integrity of the bridge is questionable.
Allaying the fears of the road users, Southwest Director Highways, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Adedamola Kuti said palliative work has begun on the affected parts ahead of full replacement.
We already have plans to complete this Lagos-Ibadan before the end of this year, 2022. So all these things we are talking about, in another couple of months, those parts should be in the country and they should be able to fix them.
In the meantime, motorists are still battling with gridlock along the highway, especially from Opik roundabout inbound Lagos as expansion work intensifies around Bega and Secretariat sections of the expressway. In Lagos, Adeni Taiwo, NTA News.
Every year, when environmentalists, researchers, governments and other stakeholders gather to honor one of the founding fathers of nature conservation, crucial issues affecting the nation and its diverse ecosystem are are examined. This year, the concept of health overshoots and balancing ecosystems were examined. Jennifer Igwe reports.
Forest ecosystems, apart from providing food, fuel, medicine, and other resources crucial for human existence, are the largest terrestrial carbon sink on Earth because of their capacity to mop up greenhouse gases that cause climate change. In spite of these enormous benefits, Nigeria, for instance, has lost about 46,000 square kilometers of forest. Only 4 to 7% exist today. Experts at this forum initiated to amplify the vision of late Chief S.N. Edu, one of Nigeria's foremost environmentalists, examined the implication of this and preferred solutions.
First thing is to acknowledge that we have to do development in a people-centered way. People need places to live, they need places to do business, they need homes. So we can't pretend that it's people or nature. It has to be people and nature. I mean, the second thing then is to put a price, if you like, on destroying the environment.
The British Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria highlighted initiatives under climate finance made available by the United Kingdom.
We're doing practical things here in Nigeria. We have a climate finance accelerator initiative intended to try and match projects with money. We have agriculture programs that are helping with smart agriculture, climate resistant agriculture, growing crops that give a greater yield.
Collective and transformative actions, these environmentalists insist, can foster better environmental protection, especially with the increasing effects of climate change. In Lagos, Jennifer Igwe, NTA News.
Do not forget to follow this news broadcast live on our website at nta.ng/live and on our other social media handles displayed on your screen for updates. Time is now back to Route for the continuation of Nationwide.
Thank you, Michael. And still picking up from the environment, this time around in Bauchi, the people of Darazo have continued to count their losses in the aftermath of last Thursday's rains that flooded the community. Mahmoud Mohammed reports that not fewer than 100 houses were damaged by the flood.
This is Darazo town, the headquarters of Darazo local government area. A recent downpour has swept many of their houses here, more than 100 according to authorities. Many of the residents have been rendered homeless as a result of the devastating effect of the flood. Governor Bala Mohammed visits the area to evaluate the level of destruction.
Going to send in some solids and SACO in terms of assistance to all the houses affected by the grace of God. But we have told the chairman and the people, we have to do community engagement. People have to come also and assist because our system may not be enough.
Although no human life lost, properties and livestock were affected by the flood. In Bauchi, Mahmoud Muhammad, NTA News.
Personal Police Command has arrested an escapee from Kuje Correctional Center and 4 suspected kidnappers. Parading the suspects at the command's headquarters, Police Public Relations Officer Superintendent Gambo Isa reaffirmed commitment towards securing lives and property. Awal Haliru will tell us more about it.
As part of intensified efforts to protect lives and property, Katsina State Police Command succeeded in arresting 14 suspects alleged to have committed various crimes. Among the suspects is one escapee from Kuje Correctional Center named Kamal Lawal, who was arrested at a hideout in the Musa local government area of the state.
In the course of the investigation, some quantity of dried leaves suspected to be in there was also recovered in possession during police search. Suspect will be handed over to Nigeria Correctional Service for further necessary action.
The command also paraded leader of a kidnapping gang, Bello Saleh, along with 3 other members of the gang. SP Gamba Isa also noted the efforts of the command in arresting suspected armed robbers who specialize in housebreaking, terrorizing people within Katsina metropolis. Items recovered include motorcycles, locally made guns, computers, and other dangerous weapons. The police public relations officer SP Gamba Isa assured residents of the continued commitment to secure lives and property in the state. Awal Halaru, NTA News.
Zamfara state government has dissociated itself from the recent turbaning of a notorious bandit kingpin Ado Aliru as Serkim Fulani by the emir of Birnin Yendoto in Safi local government area of the state. In this regard, the state governor, Bello Mohammed, has directed for the suspension of the emir with immediate effect. According to a statement issued by Secretary to Zamfara state government, Kabiru Balarabi, the governor has consequently approved the constitution of a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the action of the suspended monarch. In the meantime, Alhaji Mahi Garba Marafa, who is the district head of Yendoto, is hereby assigned to take over the affairs of the emirate till further notice. Let's bring you sports update.
Defending champions and nine-time winner Super Falcons of Nigeria have a date with destiny tonight as they file out against host Morocco in one of the semi-final fixtures of the 2022 Africa Women's Cup of Nations. A win for the perennial winners will ensure a historic 10th final in the series, even as they continue to push for a 10th title on the continent.
So I think we should be able to get a better performance against Morocco, even though it may not be easy, but I believe the Super Falcons should be able to do it better this time around.
The Morocco versus Nigeria match will be beamed live on the NTA from 8:30 p.m. after the Zambia versus South Africa tie. Team Nigeria, to the 4th edition of Africa Cycling Championship track in Abuja, have promised to redouble their efforts in future competitions. This was as a result of their average performance, where they finished in 4th position with 4 gold, 7 silver and 6 bronze behind the eventual winners, South Africa, who garnered 20 gold, 13 silver and 9 bronze. Egypt with 8 gold, 8 silver and 10 bronze.
This second one was very tough. A lot of country came for this second one, and I really enjoy it, seeing a lot of country here competing with different people.
Meanwhile, in athletics, Uganda's Joshua Cheptegei delivered a masterclass of unpanicked front running, retained the men's world 10,000 meters in Oregon. The world record holder led for large periods of race, holding off all challengers on the final lap of Eugene Howard Field to clock a winning time of 27 minutes, 27.43 seconds. Kenya's Stanley Wataka Mburu claimed silver in 27 minutes, 27.90 seconds, with another Uganda, Jacob Kiplomo, taking bronze 27 minutes, 27.97 seconds in an unusually close finish. With sport updates, Clement Olorutoba, NT News.
Right, that's nationwide. Thank you very much for your company. And still on sport news, don't forget to join NTA at 8:30 because that's when the studio will open. We're wishing our Super Falcons, who will be playing against the host country, that is Morocco, in the women's AFCON. So keep a date with NTA and don't forget that the fight against rape and rapists is still on. I'm Ruth Aguela. Bye.
dry season because it makes everywhere dry and not messy.
I love the rainy season. It keeps me fresh and I don't sweat.
I dislike the dry season because it makes me fall sick and it makes my throat sore.
I dislike the dry season because it gives me cracked lips.
I dislike rainy season because it makes everywhere messy.
I dislike the dry season because it makes my throat sore and my lips peel.
Very well, friends. I am really having fun, and right about now, we will have fun with Tomo and Boo Boo. You can't wait, right? Let's go, friends.
Wet, 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 wet. Everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Wet, 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 wet. Farmers are happy. Farmers are happy. For the wet seasons have come. For the wet seasons have come. The winds are blowing. Yes, please. Push, push, push. Hash, hash, hash. Ratata, ratata. On the roof. Ratata, ratata. On the roof. That is the season in Nigeria. That is the season in Nigeria. That is the season in Nigeria. I'm so excited. It's the rainy season, and I have all that is needed for the season. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad, for getting me all this. I love you. That is the season in Nigeria.
Hey, Tomo.
Hello, Boo-Boo.
What are you doing with all this? I can see a cardigan, a boots, even an umbrella. I mean, what's happening?
Yes, they are all mine. It is the rainy season, and thus I need to keep myself safe, warm, and fine.
Yes, it's the rainy season. Do you mean kids need all this for the rainy season?
Yes, Boo-Boo. All these items need to be handled this rainy season. Now, let's mention the names one after the other. The umbrella. We need an umbrella like this one that is handy and comfortable for kids to carry along to school or elsewhere.
So kids need this season?
Yes, Boo-Boo. Those will protect us from rain.
Dear parents, please get your kids an umbrella this season.
The raincoat. When there is a stormy and heavy rainfall, it is important there is a good raincoat to protect us.
It's true. Kids need good raincoats this season. Dear parents, get them one. And this is our cardigan. Okay, what do we use this for?
Oh, ensure that you have a cardigan. This will protect you from catching a cold or fever.
Wow! Now I know items kids need for this rainy season. Dear friends, all these are very, very important. Ask more and that, please get them for you. They are very, very important.
Yes, please get them. They are important.
Of course.
Wet, wet, wet. Wet, wet, wet. Everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Wet, wet, wet. Wet, wet, wet. Farmers are happy. Farmers are happy. For the wet seasons have come. For the wet seasons have come. The winds are blowing gently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hash, hash, hash. Ratata, ratata. On the roof. Ratata, ratata. On the roof. That is the season in Nigeria. That is the season in Nigeria.
You are watching Bumbles. Tomo and Boo Boo are amazing friends, and we love to have fun with them every day. Let's quickly move over to the next segment. Spellings!
Harmattan is spelled Hamathan. Seasonal is spelled Seasonal. Seasonal. Weather is spelled Weather. Weather. The word atmosphere is spelled Atmosphere. Atmosphere. Environmental is spelled Environmental. Song.
It will be nice if we can spell the words we use every day. So like we always say on Fun Bus, make the dictionary your friend today. Yes, yes! It is time we play a game. The game master will call out a number, and the persons with the numbers are expected to pick up the handkerchief as fast as they can and run back so that the other opponent doesn't catch up with him. Game master, please take it up from here.
Team A, are you ready? Team B, are you ready? Now listen to the rules of the game. Once you hear a number, all your number is called, you rush out. Okay? The first person to pick this handkerchief and cross over to the other to the line is the winner. You win 10 marks. For each time you come out to pick this, it is equal to 10 marks. Now the first team to get 50 marks is the winner. Is that taken? Are we clear? So are we ready? Number 3.
Don't take it, don't take it.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Number 5. Alright, what just happened was, after the number was called and the boy from Team B picked up the handkerchief, the girl from Team A was able to touch him, and that means the girl from Team B has won 10 marks. The girl from Team A has won 10 marks. So we have 10 marks for Team A and 10 marks for Team B. Number 4. Alright, Team A has 10 points and Team B has 20 points. Are you ready? Are you ready? Number 5. We have 20 points from Team A and 20 points from Team B. Are we ready? Number 1. Alright, the boy from Team B was solved by the girl from Team A. So at the end of this round, Team A has 30 points and Team B has 20 points. Remember, our benchmark is what? 50 points. Are we ready? Team A, are you ready? Team B, are you ready? Number 2. The girl from Team B, Team A has 44. And the boy from Team B has 24. You have those 10 points to go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Number. Are you ready? Are you ready? Number 4. Points and the boys have 20 points. That makes Team A winner.
Let's all sing this song. And it's fun. Here we go. Would you like to join us?
Games can be fun. And you know what? We are always ready to play games all day, every day. It's time for what I can do. Come on, friends. Let's go and spot a talent.
Let's all sing this song. And it's fun. Here we go. Would you like to join us? There goes my mind beating, 'cause you're the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please call my name is Jacob Favor. And there goes my mind racing. I'm 8 years old. 'Cause you're the reason that I'm still breathing. I started singing when I was 5 years old. Now I'm 8 years old. I'm hopeless. I climb every mountain. Actually, we had a tab in our house. So when my mom goes out, we just live there. I listen to music. I hear different type of music. This song I just sang now. I got it from my mom's room. The tab I really take what I want there. And when I was listening to it was amazing. Like the man sang very well in the song. Feel every ocean just to be with you. I feel forever. Since to the high pitch is a problem for me, and I'm working on it. When stars with you to see that you are the reason. I will advise them to listen to it, to play it, to pay attention.